Living life a boss nigga until the day I die. Living life a boss nigga until the day I die. Living life a boss nigga until the day I die. Living life a boss nigga until the day I die. Living life a boss nigga until the day I die. There you go. I ain't gonna start off with like start off with that. Well, I start in the chat.
Give me a hell yeah! What? What?
Yeah, damn, that motherfucking water good. Yeah, chat. We gonna start off with like Tupac and Biggie first. Alright, beef. And continue with this shit. Then we gonna do the interview. I'm waiting for everybody to get in. I don't want nobody to miss out and shit. And I wanna do some more Tupac interviews. We gotta be cautious of that shit. Cause they been trying to block me from doing that shit. Alright, they got on my ass last stream about that shit. I had to delete some shit. Cause I don't know, the interview had music or something in the background. That motherfucker said it's copyright or something. They be trying to stop our grind over here, bro. I'm about to start in a few minutes. Let me get my charger real quick. Oh, shit. Lock the fuck in, check. Alright. Boom. Alright, we in this motherfucker time. Y'all motherfucker late. I know I'm late as fuck though. Damn, due to the storm. Let me make sure y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear me? I don't hear myself. Oh, my mic's not in. Shot the gun. Gun. Hold on, my mic's not in. Can't hear myself though. Can y'all hear me? Oh, my mic's not in. Oh, y'all get me. Okay, but shout out to Gun. I hope I said it right. Shout out it. I'm waiting for everybody to get in. I'm gonna start off with Tupac shit. I mean, Biggie and Tupac shit.
Yo, you don't know?
Shout out to Hip Hop University and the Art of Dialogue. This will get out my videos and documentaries from 2 great YouTubers. Y'all make sure the link is in the description, y'all. If y'all want to watch this on your own or watch videos from them about Tupac, Biggie, all them old school rap.
Biggie homeboy shot you.
Who shot y'all? The weak from the opposite. Leak hard to creep them Brooklyn streets. It's on nothing.
Everybody that was involved knows what happened.
And the rumors that's spreading is on some tip like we set them up. You know what I'm saying? And that's crazy.
Stay to yourself. Trust nobody. Trust nobody.
Hey, y'all, what team y'all on? Y'all Tupac fan? I need y'all drop them Tupac. I need to drop the thug lights in the chat, man. All my thug light, motherfucker. I'm gonna drop this. I'm gonna drop mine. Drop them thug lights for y'all team Biggie or y'all team Tupac. Shout out to the homeland, man. Motherfucker, keep going off that shit. I bet.
Tupac versus Biggie, the greatest hip-hop beef of all time. 2 friends that became more...
Motherfucker get mad at me because I be talking about this shit. I know it's old as fuck, but motherfucker get mad at me. I still be talking about this shit. Man, I'm still gonna keep Tupac shit alive. I don't give a damn. I don't never get tired.
Enemies on their way to the top. In a deadly coastal war between the East Coast and the West Coast. Bad Boy Entertainment versus Death Row Records. A feud that took place in the mid-90s and changed the rap game forever. With the deaths of both of these icons in 96 and 97. These young men had a bright future ahead of them. But their lives were cut short and we unfortunately never got to witness the full extent of their greatness. Cause they were both in their mid-20s when they passed. And they're still regarded as 2 of the greatest rappers to ever do it.
Oh my God, bro.
Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck?
It's only one. It's only to be one, man. It's only to be one. I ain't gonna... It's only one. I don't know about the boy on the right, but I don't know about him, boy. I don't know about that motherfucker right there, boy. But the boy on the left, though, yeah.
Before these 2 met, Tupac was already a star, and
he made me want to get them gold chains, I ain't gonna lie.
Biggie was looking up to him. He himself was on the rise, trying to blow up in the rap game in order to get on Pac's level. Cause after Pac...
See, nobody still, to this day, don't want to admit that shit. Nobody don't want to meet that shit. That's why they need me, baby. I'm gonna keep me dressed in this motherfucker. What real is real. What not real. You know what I'm saying?
Left the group Digital Underground in the early 90s to go solo, his career as an actor and rapper took off. He dropped the album Tupacalypse Now in 1991 and was working on a sophomore album Strictly from our NIGGAZ, which would come out on February 16th, 1993. He had also just starred in the movie Juice, which came out in January 92. And between April and July that same year, he had already filmed the next cult classic called Poetic Justice with Janet Jackson.
Damn, then Lord.
Everyone knew that Pac had a bright future ahead of him, and that he was on his path to superstardom. He was planning to appear in more movies and go platinum with his next album.
We go platinum, nigga. We go platinum.
Biggie, on the other hand, wasn't known outside of Brooklyn back in '92. He wanted to quit selling drugs and do music instead, cause he began rapping in his early teens and had been battling people in Brooklyn ever since he dropped out of high school at the age of 17. His friends knew that he was destined for greatness. He couldn't continue living the life of a drug dealer and hustler. People in his circle were getting locked up left and right. But back then it was hard to make it as a rapper. You couldn't just go viral like these days on the internet and become a star overnight. You needed the right connections and tons of luck to get discovered. Being talented wasn't enough. After dropping out of school, he became more...
I believe back then talent was enough, because it's a lot of fucking talented motherfuckers. They can freestyle and shit and rap like a motherfucker. He can probably be better than Biggie and Tupac. You feel me? They didn't know how to get, they ain't had the connection. You know what I'm saying? I believe that part right there.
Involved in crime. In 1989, he was arrested on weapons charges in Brooklyn and sentenced to 5 years probation. In 1990, he was arrested on a violation of his probation.
Come on with guns, bro. Are you about to piss me the fuck out already?
By the Source magazine's editor in 1992. In March that year, he was featured in the Source in the unsigned type section, which was dedicated to airing promising rappers. The demo then made its way to Sean Puffy Combs, who at the time was an A&R executive of Uptown Records. After hearing the tape, Puffy wanted to arrange a meeting with Biggie, hoping that it's someone with sex appeal like LL Cool J, who was a ladies' man and player. But Biggie was far from a player at that time. He got signed to Uptown Records regardless on July 14th, 1992. Puffy then put him on one of the songs on Heavy D's album, Blue Funk. Biggie also appeared on Supercat's Dolly My Baby, and afterwards started recording his own records like Party and Bullish, for example, which ended up becoming his debut single. His flow and delivery on top of his impeccable pen game really made him stand out from the rest of the MCs. Those who witnessed him perform before the fame knew that he had a bright future ahead of him. But Uptown Records wasn't able to give him the promotion, attention and resources he needed to blow up as a rapper. Puffy was just an A&R executive and the label had way too many artists to focus on Biggie. So Big and Puff needed a new strategy, a new plan, which ended up being a new record label, which Puffy would launch a year later with Biggie being the main priority, the main artist of the company. Until then, Biggie would try to get...
They just be forgetting about Craig Mack. Damn, Craig Mack, boy, you wasn't nothing, boy. I ain't even care to you. God damn.
Oh my God!
His name out there
I thought Craig
by
Mack got
performing on
all
events
bad,
and
boy.
shows, meeting rappers, DJs, producers, and respected
wrong,
people
Jay?
in the industry. One of the biggest names in hip-hop back then was Tupac.
My boy.
Biggie first met him in late '92, before Pac made the songs I Get Around and Keep Your Head Up, which would go gold a year later in '93, along with his upcoming sophomore album. Puffy had rented Biggie and his homies Stan Smalls and Groovy Lou convertible cars for their trip to LA. Big desperately wanted to meet Pac. He was a huge fan of him, and knew that he was living somewhere in California. His homie Dan Smalls knew a drug dealer in LA who was also cool with Pac, who was willing to give him Pac's number. Big then went ahead and gave him a call to see if they can somehow meet up. Pac came to Biggie's hotel and they hung out together in the parking lot, sitting in Biggie's rented convertible, bumping music. Big played him a song he was working on at the time, Party Bullish, which was produced by Easy Mo Bee, who will play a huge role later on. Pac was one of the first.
He started to beef with what this shit is. I forgot.
People to hear it, cause the song hadn't come out yet. Pac really loved it.
Oh yeah, Who Shot You? Who Shot You? He. Yeah, now we know. Now I remember now. That motherfucker, they pushed that when Pac locked up. That motherfucker pushed that Who Shot You shit. The big ass.
And couldn't stop bumping it. And Big was flattered. Couldn't believe that Pac liked one of his songs, one of the first ones he ever recorded. When Greg Nice from the group Nice and Smooth came downstairs, Pac asked Big, "Yo, what else you gotta do today?" Big then gave Dan Smalls a look like he wanted him to confirm that they have nothing planned, that they're free to do whatever Pac wants to do. Dan knew to spend time with Pac. And Pac was like, let's go to my house. He's a bag of weed. He got them all high and then they started a cypher. And it was the most incredible freestyle he'd ever seen. You know, Tupac would freestyle for 5 minutes, then Big would come right back for 5 minutes. And Pac would be, hyping Biggie up the entire time. And they would just be having the time of their lives. And there was so much of a respect factor between the two. After the freestyle session, Pac went into his...
Come on, bro. Damn, all of them got guns. God.
Pac then introduced him to all his homies, including Big Stretch and Majesty from the Life Squad, who initially didn't like him because he was using the same name as one of their homies, a New York graffiti artist.
How many Biggie Smalls it is, bro? We know we got the white boy named Biggie Smalls, and we got another one. God damn.
Called Big Trick, who everyone called Biggie Smalls. He would always hang out with Pac and was part of the Thug Life movement. It's the same Biggie Smalls that Tupac and Stretch dedicated a song called God Bless the Dead to after he passed away.
Rest in peace to my motherfucker Biggie Smalls.
God damn. I thought you talking about Big Smalls on that goddamn song. He was talking about that. Okay. We gonna wind back like we just didn't hear that. Hold on, we gotta wind back a little bit, chat. We gotta wind back. I did not know that.
The way.
God Bless the Dead. So, it was late. Oh, it was released in 1998 on Tupac's Greatest Hits. So I heard that shit. God Bless the Dead. What's up, brother? How you doing?
Rest in peace to my motherfucker.
I'm trying to wait till everybody get home on nobody really miss out. You know what I mean?
Starting off on the wrong foot. Pac ironed things out and allowed Biggie to join the family. They rapped and freestyled together every time they hung out. And Pac was really impressed by Biggie's rapping skills. He wanted him to be successful, as a rapper under his wing, as one of his soldiers. He knew that Biggie had potential. The two even started traveling together. Pac paid for Biggie's trips all around the US. When Big came to LA, he slept on Pac's couch. And every time Pac came to New York, they would meet up and throw dice with the guys from Biggie's neighborhood. Pac bought him his first Rolex watch and even became his wingman when they tried to meet women at clubs and shows.
See.
Biggie's neighborhood. Pac bought him his first Rolex watch and even became his wingman when they tried to meet women at clubs and shows.
See. They think my boy crazy. They think my boy Pac crazy. They we been pointing out for years. Now, bro. Big, you owe that motherfucker, bro. You don't do people wrong like that.
Because Pac was very popular with girls.
Damn, what her name is? That motherfucker was fine in 90. I forgot her name. Oh, Lord, Jesus.
Especially after appearing in the movies Juice and Poetic Justice. and after dropping the hit single I Get Around, in which he boasts about his sexual conquests. Biggie wasn't a ladies' man back then. The player image came after his success, and Pac was happy for him every time Biggie made progress career-wise. Like for example when they played the music video to the Bad Boy remix of Supercat's Dolly My Baby on TV in early '93, the version with Biggie and Puffy on it. Pac, Stretch and Majesty saw it the first time it aired on TV and got excited, started yelling and screaming with joy when they saw Biggie's face on the TV, cause it marked his official recording debut and it was also the first music video he was in.
I love it when you call me Big Papa, the showstopper, the rhyme dropper.
They had gotten real close by this time. Pac was already working on his third album, which was supposed to be called Thugstyle, while Big was still struggling to get his foot in the music business. He was really fed up with Puffy at the time, cause he wasn't really making much progress career-wise. His girlfriend Jan Jackson was also pregnant with his daughter Tiana at the time, and Biggie needed the money desperately.
Damn, I thought he was only with Faith. So they gotta be for every baby mama then. Okay. I thought he had one baby mama the whole damn time. It was Faith. God damn, he had nothing.
He was tired of waiting for Puff to finally launch his new label. Told Pac that it's probably the best for him to go back to selling drugs, cause this rap thing wasn't working out for him. Pac might have been the reason why Big changed his mind and didn't quit rapping. Cause he motivated him to hang in there, telling him that he's talented enough to become a star. And he also promised him that he'll take him on tours and shows, so that he can not only make a little bit of money until his deal with Puffy works out, but he could also use this opportunity to promote himself nationwide, cause Pac was performing in multiple states, while Big was only known in New York. So he was able to make a name for himself outside of New York and make a little bit of money on the side, while Pac was covering all the costs for him, including hotel. Pac wanted to help him until he starts selling units. They performed together on numerous shows and concerts. He let Biggie rap some of the songs he was working on, when nobody even shows all around the US, and wanted him to perform a couple of his hits. Pac would step back and let Biggie rap, to put him on and to help him grow a following. He also did the same thing for Stretch. Stretch, Biggie and Pac became a trio. He let Biggie...
Check with all the information. Yeah, I know. Biggie owe Tupac. I ain't gonna lie. For him not to goddamn... He got them gun charges and all this shit. He ain't come to the court or come to visit Tupac. That fucked up, bro.
He opened up his shows. Now imagine, Pac had more fans in New York. He would give his homies pocket money and pay their bills. Like from his best friend at the time, Big Stretch, for example. He would babysit Stretch's daughter and treat everybody like family. And he gave Biggie the same treatment. When the two got close, Pac treated him like a little brother. Instead of promoting his own music while he was on stage, he would share his stage time with other artists like Biggie, for example. And he himself wasn't a platinum artist yet. It wasn't like he was rich and super popular and could afford to miss out on promo. He himself at the time considered himself underground. But even then, he tried to kickstart Biggie's career, like you would expect an older brother to do for a sibling. Pac performed some of his unreleased music that night, songs that were supposed to appear on the album Thugstyle, which unfortunately never came out. After the performance, there was a fight outside the venue involving Tupac and his clique. They were inside their van and ready to drive back to their hotel, but they were getting blocked and ambushed by a group of people throwing bottles at their van. Pac and his people got out and chased them, beat up two of them, and then when the attackers came back, Pac went back to the van to get his pistol. He started shooting in the air, yelling, "Thug life, mother effer," saving Biggie and his crew since they were outnumbered and surrounded. The attackers then ran away and Pac drove off before the cops came. On April 4th, 1993, Biggie and Pac performed together at the Glam Slam nightclub in downtown LA. Notice how Puffy was already wearing Bad Boy merchandise months before launching the label. Puffy had been planning this since 1992. Biggie and Pac also did an interview with Black Watch TV together that same day.
He talking about did he about to piss me the fuck off. I ain't gonna care. I do the cousin. I go ahead and get into it. Oh, I say court. God damn it. Make sure y'all go to like and subscribe to my to what you call it. Link in the bio.
How did Tupac talk about Suge Knight in private versus in public?
I never really particularly heard Tupac talk about Suge Knight in private or public. I know when Suge Knight used to come to the house in Calabasas, I've never sat in the room while Suge and Pac and everybody else was in the room conversating. I would most of the time excuse myself. So I never sat and engaged in any conversations with Suge. In fact, I could have been overlooked, you know, because I was in the background. And when Suge came through the door, I would go upstairs, you know. So Suge probably overlooked me. He probably didn't really see me like that in the house, my presence.
Did you ever believe, like so many people do, and it's still rumors running on the internet today, that Suge Knight may have had something to do with Tupac's death?
Come on, yo, get to the juice.
Yeah, I did believe it. I did. But I had my own, you know, I had my own reason of believing it, you know? And it was only if you could allow me to elaborate. And that is the day of leaving to go to Vegas. Suge had came to pick Pac up because it was me, it was Kadada and I, Yaki, Edie, and Castro. Pac's first initiative was to come to Atlanta because he had gotten a phone call from either my aunt or my mom stating that one of my brothers had stolen one of Pac's guns out the house. So
So we know that's true. I've been hearing that. That's true. So we know that's true for facts. Pop, he was supposed to go to Atlanta. He wasn't supposed to go to Las Vegas. He supposed to go beat his cousin up for doing that.
Time, you know, it was a lot of my brothers, cousins, family members that was still, you know, engaging in the same bull crap that's been taking place for years, repeating the same patterns, you know. So it was a lot of us still going back and forth to jail, drug abusing, and coming in and out of rehabs. So that pattern was continuing at that moment. And my brother, who is sober and a recovering addict right now, but at that time, he was getting high, and he may have sold the gun out the house. But when Pac heard it, he was pissed off. He was tired of the fact that why we can't get our shit together, why we still going through this type of shit. You know what I mean? And he wanted to come to Atlanta to deal with that family situation. But Suge insisted that he deal with that family situation later, and let's continue to go to Vegas.
Damn. He should have went to Atlanta, bro. Chad, y'all think he would have went to Atlanta and deal with that family? You think he'd still be alive? Y'all think Tupac still be alive if he just went to Atlanta instead of going to Las Vegas or Los Angeles? What is that? Harley? Momo, what's up, brother? What you mean? What you mean by that? Oh, my bad, Larry. I ain't see you, bro. I wasn't looking. How you doing, Larry? DC5, appreciate you joining the channel.
At that particular time, when you understand that Suge convinced him to do otherwise other than going to Atlanta to handle the situation about the gun, did you think that it was anything nefarious on Suge's part? Like, come on, because there was some underlying thing going on.
Kadada, her observation was more enlightening because, like I may have mentioned before,
for y'all just coming in, this Tupac cousin.
Naive. I'm from New York. I don't really know the Cali, lifestyle or lingo or so forth, right? So, again, Suge is assisting that Pac come to Vegas, right? He also was assisting that Pac did not need his bulletproof vest, because Pac always traveled with his bulletproof vest.
Oh yeah. Sit up. Breaking news. Sit up. How the hell he ain't gonna need bulletproof prep? You know what I'm saying? Hello, we ain't gonna lie back like she didn't say that shit. Hold on, to you. Why that shit back to you? Hello.
Bulletproof vest.
Hold on.
So Sugar's like, Pac always traveled with his bulletproof vest. Mm-hmm. So Sugar's like, nah, Pac, you don't need the bulletproof vest. You don't need none of that. I got you. So meanwhile, while Suge is outside in his car with his, at the time, 4-year-old daughter, Kadada and I is sitting on the stoop, or I should say in front of the house, waiting on Pac and the Outlaws to get themselves together. I wasn't supposed to go. Pac didn't want me to go to Vegas, but Kadada did not want to be the only girl on the trip. So she convinced Pac to please allow me to go. At that time, my daughter Imani, who was 4 years old at that time, didn't want any of us to go. So Pac is like, yo, everybody empty out your pockets, yo. Give Monty all your money. Monty, what you want us to bring you back? You want a fat burger? Monty wanted a fat burger, right? So we was able to get Imani's approval. Everybody gave Monty their money, flipped their pockets inside out to give Monty the money, while Kadada and I is sitting in front of the house. Kadada is noticing body language, Suge's body language, right? Because Sugar's in his car, he's laying back, he's on the phone, and Kadada is noticing, she's saying certain things like, look at him. He could be plotting to do something right now, we wouldn't even know. She's saying all these little things that I'm not really paying no mind, because I'm happy I'm going to Vegas. I've never been there before, and we were supposed to go during our birthday month. Bro? It's the Mike Tyson fight. So what Kadada is observing, I'm not seeing what she's observing. In retrospect, it all makes sense later.
So that was one of the things that I think that was important that you just brung up. So Tupac, because a lot of people say, well, Tupac had his bulletproof vest in Vegas, and like I said, once again, Jamala, you were there. And this is the reason why we brought you on the Art of Dialogue, so you could clear a lot of stuff up, because a lot of people have been running with rumors and these stories and things like that. So from your understanding and your knowledge firsthand, Tupac didn't have his bulletproof vest in Vegas.
No, he did not. Nope.
There were also people running around basically saying, Tupac, he had a gun and it was this, that, and the other. To your knowledge, he had no gun?
No. The guns, to my knowledge, his bodyguard, Frank Alexander, at that time, God bless his soul.
She ain't say shit like that. What you mean? For you come from the west or east? If we just talking about west and east, I'm from the east. It's the South. I'm really from the South though, but you know what I'm saying? If we gonna do west and east, it's like east for Atlanta.
Was told he couldn't have. Frank Alexander was told he couldn't carry his pistol while in Vegas.
Yeah.
So it was like once we got there, it was like, oh, so now Frank Alexander is not able to walk around strapped. I don't know for what reason why, but Frank Alexander was not able to walk around strapped. If you allow me to say one more thing too, is on our way to Vegas, right? Once
on,
we
talk to me.
left the house, it's like a caravan of cars. We like 40 deep. So you got Suge and his daughter, me, Kadada, Pac, and Edie is in one car. Kay and Yaki is in the cars behind us with the Death Row
appreciate it.
entourage and everybody else. So we like 40 cars deep. We could have, I think, my memory, we made 2 stops. One stop was
Y'all
at
asking where she from? Hold
7
on.
to
Y'all asking where she from? She from New York.
11, where Pop grabbed up some magazines, a Sunkist soda, some chips, and sunflower seeds, because he loves sunflower seeds.
Damn,
So that
sunflower-
was
ain't
one
no sunflower
stop.
seeds in a long
And then the
time.
second stop was a desert stop. It looked like some mafia, some Godfather shit.
Who the fuck?
'Cause
Who the fuck in the chat just said desert shit? Wait, Top Dog. Hello, how you doing, brother?
we made a road stop. We pulled over on the desert and met up with David Kenner, who was the attorney for Death Row. Now that scenario looked kind of like, to me, you know. I'm trying to put pieces together, but I'm still naive.
So let me ask you this, because I've never heard that before. David Kenner was in Vegas,
I don't know.
or
no.
this was a pit stop. This was a pit stop on the way to Vegas.
It was a pit stop on a desert pit stop
Yeah, you
on
called
the
it,
way to
brother.
Vegas. Like you ever seen The Godfather and they made a trip, they made a desert stop on the Vegas just to share a secret code? It was something like that.
YT.
That's interesting. See, once again, Jamala, once again, I've never heard that. I've never heard that before.
I don't know. I never been.
And
I
so
never
that's
been to
why
Vegas.
I asked you. You know, because I don't know whether he was or wasn't in Vegas, but this was on the way to Vegas.
On the way to Vegas.
Well, basically, she's saying, chat, it's a damn setup. I ain't gonna lie. We ain't gonna goddamn get around it. It was a damn setup. They been said that should set that shit up. He had something to do with it, and that was the end. Damn, that shit was sharp. How long, man? Okay, here you go. Here go another one. Okay, he did. Okay, he got a whole MV. He did dropping pieces and pieces. He ain't dropping a full video. Hold on.
I'm saying, because
After watching the 50 Cent produced Diddy documentary, did it change how you viewed Suge's role at
Hold
all?
on. Y'all watched the documentary 50 Cent Diddy? I ain't watched the whole thing. I watched like the beginning of it. They had Suge in them.
And people alleging that he was involved with Tupac's death?
absolutely. Absolutely.
And how was that?
How was that? Okay, because let's go back to Keefe D, right? Let's go back to Keefe D.
Hold on. I might go back. My bad, chat. I think he did. I think they told, he probably, when he set shit up, he said, I'm just going to make it look like I got shot. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all just hit me one time. Cause I'm thinking like, boom, we gonna make sure goddamn Pac get hit first. Boom, boom, boom. Then I'm gonna pretend like I'm doing something and y'all just hit me. You know what? Y'all get what I'm saying? Cause how the fuck Pac get hit while I was shot? He only got hit in the head. That shit don't make sense to me to this day.
Brother I never heard of until after Pac died and he started opening up his mouth. And even at that time, never paid it no. How was that? Okay, because let's go back to Keefe D, right? Let's go back to Keefe D, the brother I never heard of until after Pac died and he started opening up his mouth.
We gotta see it.
And even at that time, never paid it no mind. We still sat still, you know, remained quiet.
It's crazy, right?
And still. and let the rumors talk. Let everybody just run off at their mouth. But then when this documentary came out, by the way, which was
Damn, they got me
really a
thinking.
great job, the documentary itself was a great documentary, I must
I
say.
keep thinking, y'all got me thinking this shit. Like we need to know the girls who was behind Pac and them, cause they moved out the way so the killers can get, you know what I'm saying, right next to Pac and shit in the car and shit. So I wondered if Suge playing this shit, did he have the girls in on too? You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Cause they only put on the right side. You know what I'm saying? I ain't put on the left side too. You know what I'm saying? I think like shit like that. I might be reaching. I don't know.
Now I'm looking at it.
I gotta go back and look at that shit.
While watching it, it's a lot of, oh, snap, wow, word, oh, shit, yo, I'm bugging, like, wow, ooh, I'm putting 2 and 2 together. I'm putting the bits and pieces together, you know? And it made me think, and then in retrospect, it made me think about the encounterment I had with Suge in the elevator in Vegas after Pac had the fight with Orlando Anderson.
Oh, we
right?
juicing?
So I run into Suge. Pac had the fight with Orlando Anderson. He come upstairs to the hotel room. First of all, when we get to Vegas, right, he flipped on me. He like, yo, move.
Nana, what's up? Hey, baby, how you doing?
Because I'm thinking when we get to Vegas, we're going to turn up. It's going to be all lit. But once we get
my bad, y'all. That's how I'm reaching. Like, bruh, you really, this shit, like, you know what I'm saying? Shit don't make sense. Maybe I am reaching. Chat, y'all think I'm reaching? Put reaching in the chat if y'all think I'm reaching, bro. Like, bro, what if the girls had something to do with it too? Like,
we're gonna turn up.
I'm putting that past nobody.
It's gonna be all lit. But once we get there, he turned on me. Like, nah, Moo, I don't want you coming out. You and Kadada stay in the hotel and so forth. So I'm feeling the way. I'm like, oh, shit, ain't this, you know, like, how you gonna bring us out here? Now we gotta stay in our rooms. So I'm rebellious, right? So I'm being rebellious, right? So Pop comes in the room. He's talking about how he just knocked out some dude. I don't know who the dude is. I didn't know later that this is Orlando Anderson, the head of the Crip and all this crap. You know what I mean? So when Pop come in the room talking about it, I'm like, oh, word, say word, Pop. So he changed. That's when he changed from the orange button-up shirt that he had on, and he put on the green, like, basketball jersey type of shirt, right? So at this point, he's looking for the outlaws. He don't know where they at. And he's telling me and Kadada to chill in the room. That, you know, everybody...
I love outlaws, but we got to get them L. L for outlaws. The hell y'all was at? Give them L's, bro. The hell y'all was at?
They outside, they wilding. It's Robert Wayne time. And again, showing his protection for us, he... recommend that we stay in the room. But I came out the room anyway and ran into Suge. And when I ran into Suge in the elevator, he in there with his girl, right? So I'm like, yo, Suge, I know you heard how Pop knocked out homie. And before I could say homie, Suge gave me the silent, he put the finger on his lips to silent me. So that already gave me like, oh, let me tone it down a notch. After watching the doc and looking back to that moment, and
you say it's not a setup part, beat up. Hey, no, knowing that it's a game back with that fast, you know, which is right. He could not bang him in the hood, in no respect. Yeah, probably fast though, facts, bro. But I'm just thinking like, you know what I'm saying? What if he did set it up? You know what I'm saying? Cause I wonder why they said Orlando got splitted. Orlando Brown, he was splitted from the other, you know what I'm saying, his other crew and shit around the hotel. But he looked like he was just walking around waiting for Pac and them. It sounded like he was just like, man, I want you to wait in the lobby, just walk around till you see Pac and them. You know what I'm saying? Then you know, old dude told Pac just went the fuck off. You feel me? That's what I'm thinking.
The elevator,
Y'all
it
get what I'm
makes
saying.
me think now that that was probably a way of Suge trying to show or give some protection over me. You know what I'm saying? Because he's quietly letting me know that the wolves are outside and I need to tone it down because I could come through the door loud and bold, you know what I mean? So that at that moment, after watching the doc, it made me think differently of Suge's position when I ran into him in the elevator.
And to clarify what you're saying, so you no longer thought that Suge, had anything to do with Tupac's death. It kind of opened up another narrative, if you will, by Keefe D basically expressing his involvement in it and all of the other things that he was saying.
Yes, and not only that too, Delray, because you thinking of Suge, I'm thinking of Suge. Everybody else got different views and different perspectives, but my first thought was Suge because of the accountment that I had with him, and the elevator just showed me some, and then of course it was, you can't never not think if the government has something to do with this. You know what I'm saying? Did the government do this? Did they build the feud between East and West?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I think so.
Did they use
Hold on,
that?
y'all think the government had something to do with it? I need yes, no in the comments right now. Y'all think the government had something to do with it? Let me know. Yes or no?
Turn us against one another, So at this point, it's like, who can we trust? We don't know. So this is when you be still and be quiet and let the chips roll where they roll.
I find that also to be interesting because, like I said, this was something that the world never knew about Jamala. You running into Suge in the elevator after the Orlando Anderson fight. So take me back to Tupac's initial reaction. Y'all in the room, he come in the room, take it from there.
So Pop comes in the room. So of course he's like, "Yo, I just knocked out homie," and he's all his adrenaline is at 10.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
He's Mike Tyson just knocked out homie. So
Okay, since y'all saying yes, do you think because Tupac was a Black Panther? Let me know in the chat.
So the energy is
I'm going back. I know something I missed that.
Mike Tyson just knocked out homie. So the energy is big. You know what I'm saying? So again, he come in the room and I'm like, "Oh snap, word, Pop, for real?" And he says to me, "Why you always gotta say word? Like word, word, yo, word, right?" So he had to make it clear to me that word means word, yo, word. I knocked homie out.
So you was
in
6th grade?
What I mean? So I thought that was funny about Pop,
yes.
because
Sean,
he was like, "Why you always gotta say word, word, nigga, word."
Word. You gonna have me saying that shit.
I find that funny
word.
because
Chat, word.
It's an East Coast thing, right? It's a New York thing.
Chat, drop the word in the chat. Word. I love how New York people be talking, but that shit be funny. Word, son. Word, son. Money. Hey, yo, money. Hey, yo, money.
Thing. Like, it's like really? But it's just, another way of saying really.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I find that interesting. So what is Kadada's like?
Hold on,
Kadada,
she got pockets down there? What kind of pants she got on? She got pockets down there, I think.
Sitting there, right? What is her reaction? Is she nonchalant? Is she excited? Is she scared? Is she,
Fast,
She's
brother.
a little more nonchalant.
Facts.
She's
Talk
not
down on
as
me.
boisterous as I am. And
so I need to highlight that shit.
Kadada was more, quiet, laid back, and she's his fiance. So she's
I support black hair.
just being, cordial to his excitement
What?
and everything. You know what I mean? And not trying to, she's just trying to be poised and collective for sure.
That's interesting you say that, because a lot of people, once again, see, look, Jamala, you doing a lot of clearing up.
I got my
You're
name.
doing a lot of clearing up
Okay.
because you just said what a lot of people had doubted. So Kadada Jones, Quincy Jones's daughter, shout out to Kadada if she's listening. She was Tupac's fiance.
Yes. Yeah. Tupac plans was to marry
Me too.
Kadada that year. His plans was to buy the house because at that time they was just building up that area, Calabasas, Woodland Hills. They're kind of like right next door to each other. So they was building homes. Pac had the house that they had just built, and they was building homes across the street, next door. And Pac plan was to buy the house across the street for his mother, the house next door for my mother. He wanted me to stay at the house where he's at in 4730 Azuzina Road, Calabasas, California. He wanted me there at that address, right? And he had different projects coming up that he was working
They were
on.
married?
He wanted to start his own record company,
They was engaged,
record
wasn't they?
label. He had other albums coming out that wasn't released yet. One of them was the Machiavelli album. If you think that wasn't
I love that Machiavelli. Machiavelli. Check for all y'all new. I know y'all for y'all is new. Machiavelli versus Me Against the World. Which one better? Me Against the World versus Machiavelli. Which one better? Let me know in the chat.
released till after Pac died.
How long ago, baby?
That wasn't released till after Pac died.
Damn, hold on. Go out with that.
That wasn't released yet. He wanted to start his own record company, record label.
Oh shit, we missed a lot. Hold on,
He had
hold
other
on.
Azuzina Road, Calabasas, California. He wanted me there at that address.
Oh, you got
right?
married too.
And he had different projects coming up that he was working on. He wanted to start his own record company, record label. He had other albums coming out that wasn't released yet. One of them was the Machiavelli album.
That's Tupac for life.
If you think that wasn't released to after
Me Against the
Pac
World.
died.
Got one. Me Against the World.
He had the One Nation album that he was working on.
Why we can't get the One Nation? Hold on. Why we can't get the One Nation album? Come on now. I want to hear that album, man. Or is it already out? Y'all let me know. The One Nation album Tupac working on. Is it out or is it not out? I want to hear that.
So many different projects that this brother had his hands on. You know what I mean?
Because you were close to him, did Tupac ever talk about wanting to leave Death Row or leaving Death Row, as you just mentioned that he was going to start his own record label and all those things? Did he ever talk about that?
You want me to tell you a story?
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's what it's the art of dialogue.
I got a story. So
it's the art of dialogue.
So this could be a week or two prior to us going to Vegas, right?
Damn, everybody on Me Against the World.
So we in the kitchen,
last string, everybody was Machiavelli.
and Pac is on the phone. I'm in the kitchen. Pac is in the kitchen, and the Outlaws. Everybody's scattered throughout the house, but Pac is on the phone, and this is what I seen with my own eyes. And Pac is going bananas, yo. He's wilding out. He's cussing out Death Row. Whoever, he didn't say, he just on the phone with somebody from Death Row camp. And he's going bananas. And all I hear him saying and screaming out is his masters, his masters. Yo, my brother's head was sweating. He had veins popping out his neck, his head. He was at 10. And at that moment, I was scared. You know why? Because I thought that death was coming to the house to knock us all out. You know what I mean? Because again, we're in California. We're around amongst people that we're not quite understanding their culture, their gang lifestyle and stuff. You know what I mean? Again, we're New Yorkers. I certainly don't understand it. So I was a little afraid, I must admit, and I thought that death was coming to the house to knock us all out. Straight up.
And so when you when you see Tupac on the phone, had you ever seen him like that before?
No, not like that. Nope, 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 nope. Not like where his veins is popping out his neck and out his bald head.
Who was talking about Nick earlier? That what you were talking about?
No. Not that angry.
That's what I'm thinking too.
And that's what
Talking
scared
shit.
me. Because of the anger, the rage that he was pouring out. You know what I mean? And it was like with I was just standing there stiff. I didn't even want to walk past him while he's on the phone.
Hey, Masters? Don't Interscope on Tupac Masters? Oh, Death Row. I thought because Tupac was signing, you still signed Interscope. Interscope like, you know what I'm saying? Suge and Pac love. Suge and Pac got love like brothers for each other. I don't know about it. I think to a certain extent. Talk dog.
It's like, let me just stand here until he get off the phone. Because he was,
You gotta think
like
about
I
this shit, because
said,
he did, Suge had the relationship with Dre, and they supposed to have like the same type of relationship. You see how he did Dre. He got with his baby mama and all. What? Made him lead labor and all. You know what I mean?
he was at 10 and he was pissed off. And one of the main things that he was talking about was his masters. Straight up.
So basically, Tupac was talking about wanting his masters and getting his masters. And you said about a week, 2 weeks, that's consistent with what Yasmin talked about. Because Yasmin talked about the fact that when Tupac wanted to get his music and they were on the set of a movie and they wouldn't give him to him. And that's when he fired David Kenner and all of the other things because they wouldn't give. So that is consistent. Your firsthand view of what you saw is consistent with what Yasmin said, and Tupac was going to leave Death Row.
So, and thank you for that confirmation. So now you can understand my observation when we did the pit stop, desert stop, and met with David Kenner on some secret code. And not Tupac met with David Kenner, Suge did. Suge got out the car to meet with David Kenner on that desert stop. Okay?
Wow. I think that's interesting. And you know why? Because at this particular time, unbeknownst to the world, and we know now that David Kenner was fired. Because y'all are going to Vegas, and this is September what, 6th?
Who is David Kenner, y'all? Tell me who is David Kenner. I probably gotta look him up. I don't know who David Kenner is.
This is September 7th, the day of the fight.
The day of the fight, okay.
Everything happened in September.
At that particular time,
I'm a Virgo
when you said that happened, then David Kenner was in all actuality fired and should have, by then, all accounts, received the facts that Yasmin released. Yasmin released the facts showing that David Kenner was fired.
Yep.
This is groundbreaking.
Okay.
This is groundbreaking because in putting those two together, nobody ever knew that. Nobody ever knew about the pit stop.
Oh, okay. Appreciate you telling me
in regards
that,
to that, didn't really know about the situation with Tupac talking on the phone.
I like it.
So
I like it.
I thank you for the clarification. And also Yasmin, when she released the facts, basically proving that Tupac was upset about the masters and began to fire the people that he didn't want around or in his environment anymore.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Okay, that's another interview. That probably don't. Oh yeah, he got a girlfriend. What girlfriend is it? I don't know. Tupac ex-girlfriend tells it all. Talk Diddy, Biggie, Faith Evans, Lil Kim. Ooh, Lord, ooh. Oh, yo, getting juicy, Jack, getting juicy. Yeah. Walked into the right shit.
All right, Desiree Smith.
He was a police
Welcome
officer?
back to the Art of Dialogue. I am Penny Isaac, and we got some shit to get
Which girlfriend is it? This one you married to? Y'all talking about? What girlfriend is it?
into tonight, Desiree. Okay, are you ready to get into the
I'm ready.
Desiree?
Stay ready. What's up?
Okay, well, first of all, how are you tonight?
I'm amazing. How are you?
I'm doing good. I was a little nervous before we started, but like now I'm like in my element, and I'm really excited to be talking to you tonight. I'm serious.
Well, the feeling is mutual, Penny.
Yeah, that was his
Thank
cousin.
you.
His first cousin.
So most of us Pac fans know you as the girl in most of his jail photos.
Oh, that okay. Okay, that fat chick. Damn, Pac was a goddamn player, but I thought I can't keep up with girlfriend shit. He got too many for me. God damn. Unreleased music sounds crazy. But I would love them to drop like a whole album in 2026. We need one. You know what I'm saying? But I think Puffy stopped all that though. Cause he probably did some most of the bad boy and shit. He had to stop all that. I think he went to them folks like, man, y'all can't drop no more albums, cause you know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna hurt our career and shit.
It's safe to say that out of all of the women he was dealing with at the time, you were up at the prison the most.
That's what I'm saying. I can't keep up.
I wanted to get your start.
That nigga had
from
pen
your
pals
beginning.
and all.
So tell us a little bit about yourself and how it was growing up in the Bronx back in the day.
Stop and rewind. I was
we
born in the Bronx,
we
but
try
I
to get
didn't
your
grow up
juice
in the
shit. I ain't
Bronx.
gonna lie to you, twin. What the juice shit is?
Oh, shit.
How you grew up shit.
Gold, earrings, the music, the cars, you know, it was a vibe.
What about the bash? Was you getting into bash?
I don't want to hear that shit. I want to get to that juice shit.
Trying to have a good time. Think what I had on. Start. It had to be. Shit.
You tell you to come at 7, you're coming at 7. Period.
The way them butterflies worked, I floated all the way home and all the way back. So.
Oh my gosh. So, okay, so just rewinding it back a little bit, how was he and Biggie's relationship at the time?
Hello,
and also, I wanted to ask.
About time. How long? I think we missed something.
Lo and behold, it turns around. It's like 5, 6 in the morning. And we left the club at 4. So it's like 6:30. And Pac knocks on the door. And somebody tells me, go get the door. So I go get the door and I open it.
That's our
and
name?
he sees me and he's like,
yeah.
This is how I know Big didn't speak to him. Because he wasn't happy. He was like, what are you doing here? Like, that's like. And I was like, oh.
That's what we doing?
Exactly. That's exactly. I think that's along the lines of what he said first. And then he's like, what, like. And I was like, nah, Big told me he was here. He told me, I thought whatever. So we chopped it up and he's like, well, I'm about to go, I got to go do some press runs. And I want you to meet me back at the hotel, go get yourself together. And he's like, we gonna go out on a date, and he told me come back around 7 o'clock, which I definitely did. And that was the start.
Yeah, this shit's crazy,
it had
right?
to be. Shit.
You tell you to come at 7, you're coming at 7. Period.
The way them butterflies worked, I floated all the way home and all the way back. So.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she was ready,
so, okay, so.
Nasty tan.
Just rewinding it back a little bit, how was he and Biggie's relationship at the time? And also, I wanted to ask you, why do you think Biggie lied? Like, do you think his intention was to surprise Tupac that night, or,
I never really thought about it, but you know how men are. Maybe, my girlfriend was cute. Maybe he's like, all right, I'm gonna take them to where they at. Maybe, I don't know. He didn't, the funny thing is Big didn't do nothing funny. He didn't do anything that caused alarm, but I have no idea why. And their relationship was good at that time, very good. They were very close. Every time he came to New York, they was linking up, hanging out, so,
At all things, we know one thing. Him and Biggie had a good relationship. We know that shit for sure. We know this shit for sure. Everybody been saying the same thing.
Not that I had seen
Shit,
when I
good
went to
luck.
the hotel, and even
Shit,
when
good
I
luck for
stayed
us.
there,
Shit.
Big stayed there the night as
Motherfuckers
well.
start
So
walking
the
around,
first
it's
night I
over
was
with.
there.
It's GG.
But I got to, know the dynamics a little better as time went on. That was only my second time being around both of them. So
Okay. Now, were you dating anybody during the time that you met Tupac? I know you just said
Yeah, she
that
lying.
you.
I was.
Yeah, I knew it.
So yeah, I was dating the guy before him, and then after I was talking to him, I started dating this guy in Brooklyn that I was talking to.
So how did they measure up? Like, basically what I want to know is, how did dating Tupac affect your dating life at the time?
At that
Like
time,
these other guys.
At that time, not so much, because I didn't know him that well. I had just got to know him, but I was so, I gotta find the right word besides excited. It just he lit a fire inside of me. That
Man, you got them did, boy. Boy got them effect on women, boy. That nigga was a master player.
Yeah, I just, and I don't think I'm the only one. I think it's a lot of other females that have been through that with him, where it's just you would do anything, damn near, not anything, but damn near close to anything. And
no, they all say that Tupac was the love of their life.
Check
I
out
swear to
Nick
God,
Bomb.
every interview I've seen, everybody I talked to, they said that
It's the interview.
he had the ability to make you feel like you were the only girl in the world, like the only girl in the world that mattered.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But he didn't do it with, at least in my end, I don't know how they feel, and I have to say they probably would say similarly. He didn't do it with manipulation and lies. It just was him. It's not like, he was sitting there blowing smoke up your ass. He wasn't that type of person. He'll tell you what it is and what it ain't, but when I'm with you right now in this moment, nothing else in the world matters.
Okay, we trying to get to the juice shit. I ain't gonna lie. You know what I'm saying?
Because but the letting you in to see his vulnerability and things like that, I feel more so was his level of trust with you, and what he shared.
Jada too?
Was that
what you mean
part.
Jada too?
He liked to go to movies. He liked to cook in the house, and we did go to a club or two, but it wasn't nothing planned. It just happened to be.
Okay, so what was do you have a favorite date night with you and Tupac?
Bitch, you don't know about Faith Evans and Diddy and shit.
And that I hadn't normally seen was very protective of me.
Some just got juice that every time you meet.
Time. This was the just getting started time. I'm sure it was weird shit going on behind the scenes, because them rumors been going for years. But no, it was at Roseland Ballroom, and that night I remember what I was wearing. I had on this really pretty dress. It was like a spaghetti strap, long.
Lines?
Absolutely not. Nope.
Oh, why Desiree? Why?
Because I know a lot of people that know him. I met one of his old security guards, and I've been to the tea about him. Weird.
Hold on. Tea by who? Hold on now. Go back. Tea by who?
In certain tournaments, they're at clubs, so you see him everywhere.
Okay. Okay, so with all of the recent headlines about Puffy and all of the allegations of the drugging and the abuse and all the drugs that he's allegedly on, are you surprised by any of the headlines?
Absolutely not.
Why, Desiree? Why?
Because I know a lot of people that know him. I met one of his old security guards, and I've been to the tea about him. Weird shit. Liking strap-ons. I met this girl.
He like, what? He like, what? He like, what? Hold on, wait, spending that. Hold on, we ain't gonna lie about like she didn't say that shit. Hold on, twin. Hell nah, twin. Hell nah.
One of his old security guards, and I've been knew the tea about him. Weird shit. Liking strap-ons. I met this girl one time that did a photo shoot for him. It's a nice young lady from Canada.
Just business.
And me and her ended up going on vacation together, and a few months later, and she told me something that she saw go down at his house in the Hamptons. And then a few months later, she told me that she went hanging out with like his bodyguard and his entourage, and somebody drugged her, and she doesn't know what happened. So none of this is alarming.
Allegedly.
And then she went back to Canada. So.
And how long ago was this? Was this in the 90s?
This was in the 2000s, maybe maybe like around 2004, 2006, somewhere around there. He's been doing.
Yeah, the earliest allegations that I could find date back to like what 91, 92.
He been on 91,
where he supposedly drugged a girl and she doesn't remember what happened.
That's a similar story to what I heard from somebody that I know is not. I know she's not lying because she had no reason to lie. First, she told me she saw somebody doing something to him, and she walked in and she thought, he didn't, he never said nothing. He didn't even acknowledge her. So she's thinking she's under the radar. Next thing, she's hanging out in Miami, and, she comes back and says she don't know what happened, and she woke up, and so.
Damn. Baby oil got something in it.
What did she say she saw?
Someone giving him head. That's as far as I'll go, and then you could do the math.
Were they famous? Did she say they were famous?
Oh, no, they wasn't famous. They was an assistant working with her. Okay. Yeah. So.
An assistant. I want to guess, but I'm not.
She didn't tell me who no, it's not somebody that you would know. It was somebody that, like, she came there. She worked doing photography and, some type of media work where they shot ads and things like that. They were there to work, and she walked in the wrong bathroom and caught the wrong thing.
Oh, wow.
So, she got drugged. It probably was some videotapes made to tell her to shut the hell up and don't repeat what she saw.
Damn.
I would assume.
Damn, this nigga got tapes on everybody. God damn, we know that for sure. He got tapes on everybody, boy. Damn.
But I don't know because I wasn't there.
And how do you feel about the case being reopened, or the idea of Puffy having paid the Southside Crips to get Tupac and Suge killed?
Yeah, there we go.
On the night of September 7th, 1996. Do you believe the rumors? Do you think that he's capable of something like that?
I do.
Yeah, I think cowards are capable of paying people to do things they would like to do, of course.
I like her, Chad. I like her. I like her.
Okay.
I hope it ain't true, but if it is, karma's a bitch, and everybody has their day.
For sure. All right, Desiree, I want to switch gears a little bit and talk about something a little bit more serious, something that bothers me as a Tupac fan, because I believe that this is ultimately what changed the trajectory.
She say she a Tupac fan. She say she a Tupac fan. We gonna see what she gonna say. She say the right thing. We gonna judge to see if she a Tupac fan for real. You know what I'm saying?
So on November 19th, 1993, Pac gets arrested for his infamous sex abuse case with Ayanna Jackson.
Yeah.
Which
I can say, but how about how she look like that?
Like I said, ultimately changed the trajectory of his life.
Absolutely.
Take me through that night from your perspective. Did he call you when he got out of prison, or did you just hear about it on the news?
I heard about it when he got locked up, and I spoke to him maybe a week, 2 weeks later.
Little Suge, he ain't. He's smart criminal.
This is around the time where like, I only knew him You said 93 is when this happened, right?
Yeah.
91, 93. Yeah, like that was like the beginning stages of us dating. But we had a really cool friendship and bond that in some aspect he trusted me enough to talk to me about it. And, you know, he just, first of all, he wasn't, the anger wasn't the problem. He was hurt.
Mm-hmm.
He was hurt that people would view him as a racist.
Mm-hmm.
He was hurt that a black woman of all people was putting this allegation on him of something he did not do.
I told Tupac worried about this shit. Own people, bro. So he wanted motherfucker love hard. I told that it.
He told me how he met her, what transpired. He told me that, you know, he invited her back over, but he wasn't really digging her like that. So, you know, he was like, she can give him some head or whatever. And, you know, he just told me like, yo, he f***ed up. He should not have left her in that room. But other than that, he didn't do nothing to her. He wouldn't do nothing to nobody. And as I spent time with him and got to know him, I knew he was not capable of something like that. Because it's not about how many women you could have. It's about how you view women. You know, a lot of men rape and do things to women and they're fine. And you be like, well, I'm sure he don't have a problem. It wasn't that type of thing. Pac loved women like a person would love art or loves music. You know, and it wasn't, I want to abuse women. It was, I love them. Like, I want to see what turns them on and how they work and what's the inner makings of this person. So, you know, that was a hard slap in the face to him to have that said.
I'm so happy that you said that, because oftentimes I would hear women say like, oh, well, why would such and such rape this person? He doesn't have to do it. Well, nobody has to rape. Like, it doesn't matter how attractive you are, but you know, you made it clear that it's not about what a man looks like. It's about what he thinks about women.
How he feels about women. And Pac loved women. A man has to hate or have a resentment for women in order to hurt them in that capacity, and that was not his character at all.
So the night that the police busted in his hotel room, it was rumored that they had found a sex tape.
A sex tape?
You and Tupac.
Yeah.
Y'all freaky. I thought our generation free. Y'all were free. Okay. Sex tape. Damn. Lord,
you care to elaborate on the sex tape?
Elaborate what? They did find a sex tape. His lawyer ended up contacting me and telling me about it. And telling me, you know, just to be on the lookout, you know, just in case the press shows up at my house, which upon hearing that, I got my right up out of there and went.
Kardashian, your ass.
With some family members out of town, because that would have, I don't know, that would have ruined my life probably at the time, even though now it's made some people pretty famous, but you know, and he told me,
I think that one.
I know, right? But yeah, that tape will never see the light of day. It don't matter anyways. So, but they did find a tape, and you know, I always, like, after everything was said and done, my only question is like, this tape was made maybe 3 to 6 months before they busted.
I ain't gonna lie, Chad. Y'all want to see that damn tape? I ain't gonna lie. No, I ain't no lie. Y'all want to see that goddamn tape, don't you? You said with Lil Pocket? What you mean by that?
Why was this damn tape with you? This man was walking around with this tape everywhere he went.
He was carrying it.
Girl, he loved you. He couldn't get enough.
They tore your ass up in that room.
Even when you were gone.
I was like, what are you doing? Like, Lord, so yeah, they found that tape, and you know, one day I woke up and I had come back to the city for holidays, and I don't know if it was Thanksgiving or if it was Christmas.
Oh, so I got a question. So you think You think Tupac didn't have no kids because he didn't want to curse his kids? I said that in the last live. I'm gonna say it to y'all because new people here. Y'all think Tupac didn't want to have no kids because he didn't want to curse his kids for him being a Panther and all was going all in the 90s? Cause he said that in multiple songs. I think like Smile and I want to say So Many Tears and I forgot the other song. Love to My Newborn. You know what I'm saying? Let me know in the chat.
Literally, I'm walking in the train station and I see that the police found a sex tape with someone they believe to be a minor and they believe to be under the influence of alcohol and drugs, and they are trying to find her. So
you see how they try to railroad a black man in America, especially when you're a rapper, especially back then during that time when it wasn't cool for politicians to endorse rappers. It was, they were public enemy number one.
So I saw that and I was like, wow. Like, and my mentality was, as I told his lawyer also, I don't want to speak to the cops because I don't really trust them. I feel like they'll try to find some way to use this against him and put him into more problems.
I like her.
So, I met with his lawyer at the time.
Black don't crack, but she got to be like 50 something now. God damn, baby. But she don't be a grandma. She probably a grandma.
And we had a conversation, and I told him I'm going to just,
still look good.
Go disappear for a little while. I don't want this type of attention. It's, I would have been so embarrassed. Not now, but then. But yes.
So did the cops ever approach you about the tape? Or
Never.
Get out of there?
Never, thank God. So, in the precinct, I lived literally 5 blocks away from the precinct that arrested him, the precinct where the tape was. Yeah.
Y'all knew to chop in, drop me a like and subscribe. I do shit like this all the time.
And you said that the tape will never see the light of day. How do you know that for sure?
Well, one, the evidence should be destroyed, but
somebody killed that motherfucker. Them police killed that motherfucker.
I think
they was watching this shit. I ain't gonna lie. Them perverts. I know they were watching this shit.
I can't
Somebody
say
got
that.
this shit.
I can say it to you off the record, but I can't say it.
Name Jody.
It's not a good look.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I respect that. Okay. So how did you feel personally at the time when you're reading all these headlines and you're seeing all these media personalities talk about Tupac on TV, and just talk about this story of him being a rapist or an alleged rapist? How did it make you feel as a woman in his life and somebody that knew him personally?
I was angry. I was angry, and
to beat her ass?
I still want to beat her. No, I'm dead serious.
I like her chat. We gotta get her goddamn 10 in the chat. We gotta go drop 10 in her for her, bro. Yeah. She need her ad whoop. I said that girl need her ad whoop today. She need to get her ad whoop. You know what I'm saying? You said where she from? I don't know where she from though. I think she from New York though. Cause she was talking about meeting Tupac in New York. I think she from New York. I'm not sure. I think her name Adada. I can't say it right. I'm country, y'all. Adada.
Now, but I was angry because subconsciously I knew that this was going to change him. And
come on, talk to him too.
Especially when he was locked up. It was so hurtful to see him sitting in that place knowing that he did not do that. Like really knowing it in my heart of hearts that he did not do that. Not I love you, I like you. No, I respect you and I understand you as a human. And that was just up of all the things you could be in jail for. And you didn't do it. And that's an ugly thing to have over you. And it hurt him. People think that Pac was an angry, hateful individual. No.
I like her. I should have been seeing her. I ain't know she had it in me, but I should have been seeing her. I like her. She think the way I do. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Come on, go wind that bit. Cause that's what a lot of people think. That's what they got people believing Pac is a hateful motherfucker. Like he just bitter and shit.
And that's an ugly thing to have over you. And it hurt him. People think that
she still look
Pac
good.
was
You
an
know what I'm
angry,
saying?
hateful
You know what I'm saying?
individual.
You know what I'm
No,
saying?
that was
Shit, I need me a
born
little.
through
I like a little
hurt.
cougar. You know what I'm talking about?
You know,
Ah.
he wasn't like that. He was made to be like that. So
I'm not gonna
Now
follow her.
I
I'm saying
have
she
my
got social
own
media. I ain't gonna lie to
theory.
you.
Now my fan theory is that you know, she was down for the train, she
Hold
was
on.
down to get partied.
Hold
and
on. Damn, we did miss it.
you know, he wasn't like that. He was made to be like that.
Hold
So
on, we missed it. We missed it.
being in that place, knowing that he did not do that, like really knowing it in my heart of hearts that he did not do that. Not I love you, I like you. No, I respect you and I understand you as a human. And you know, that was just fucked up. Of all the things you could be in jail for, and you didn't do it. And that's an ugly thing to have over you. And it hurt him.
I thought we went back
People
to the
think that
Oh, here we go.
Pac was an angry, hateful individual.
Yeah.
No, that was born through hurt.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he wasn't like that. He was made to be like that. So
Now I have my own theory. Now my fan theory is that you know, she was down for the train, she was down to get partied, and then, you know, when she came out of the room trying to, you know, kiss on Tupac and all that other type of he didn't want
said
he
Squincy
didn't want
dog?
her because she just had so many willies in her mouth.
she wasn't.
So that's just
he wasn't in the room no
that's what I
more
think.
when she came out.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna ask you what exactly did he tell you happened that night?
He told me she came through. He wasn't really interested in fucking with her. Like, she gave him head, whatever, and like, you know, they all came out in the living room, was chilling because it was a 1-bedroom suite that they had, and that, you know, he stepped out the room and he just left. Like, he went to do something else. I don't know what, but and I don't recall, you know, exactly, but he said he left her there. Like, she was chilling, she was comfortable, she knew them niggas. And he left her. He wasn't trying to chill with her. He wasn't trying to vibe with her. He actually said he wasn't even, like, he wasn't going to call her ever again. So maybe, you know, she felt like she was down and he rejected her maybe. And, you know, or it could be another theory too.
Go ahead. Go
Could be that the people she was with, I don't know, because it's kind of weird.
No sugarcoat. No
It's like
sugarcoat.
you said these people did things to you, and then at the end of the day, they all get off with it, and he's the only one that gets locked up. So
Fuck, I see. I knew that shit was a setup, bro. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Yeah. I knew it, chat. I knew it. At the club. God damn. She ain't had no self-respect for herself. Lord, poor little ting.
I don't even know if
And
she
then he
was
gets
just.
convicted of sex abuse, which was like smacking her ass
Yeah.
after she sucked his willy on the dance floor. That's what's crazy to me.
And goes
That's
to
crazy
jail.
you said that.
Yeah, they really. I think they wanted him for getting off for shooting those two cops.
Absolutely.
But of course, that's all speculative. There's no way to prove that.
Yeah. As well as, you know, having politicians against you, so they get you locked up. You know, they're all in cahoots. It's nothing for somebody to put a call in and say, you know, give him the max you can give him or whatever. But it didn't seem right. Seemed like some bullshit.
Yes, sir. I know what she do.
1.5 to 4.5 years in prison for
Smacking an ass.
somebody's ass is insane. And it wouldn't.
Boy, you smack girl ass get 4 years? So you went to jail for smacking girl ass. Oh, these motherfuckers. Oh, hell nah, twin. Oh, hell nah, twin.
It wouldn't have ever
Hell
happened if he was a white rock star.
Absolutely not.
That shit
He wouldn't
sad
even
as
been
fuck.
in court. Except unless it was nowadays, because, you know, now it's like you can't even say, you look nice, ma'am.
So if I go out there, you know what I'm saying? Not saying I would. Put it on the record. Not saying I would yet. But if I just smack a girl ass, she'd keep me. You know what I'm saying? I go to jail for that. Hold on. Damn, these glasses. I need to goddamn get So y'all tell me. You know what I'm saying? Smack that motherfucker like this. I go to jail for that. I get 4 years for that. He said, I seen that picture of Tupac finger lock in with a man in the car. Probably AI. Shit, I don't see that motherfucker do WWE. I knew that shit. I see that nigga choke slam Big Show. I said, oh yeah, this AI right here. Damn, but crazy. Oh,
But
shit,
not to take away from the people who really, have gone through some things. But the temperature's really crazy right now.
Yeah, it's like, it's like the pendulum can never just be in the middle. It always have to shift from one extreme to the next.
I agree with you. Totally.
Okay, so my next question is, Pac stated in his now infamous unofficial press conference outside the courtroom that he was guilty of being a male chauvinist pig, but he wasn't guilty of rape. What do you think he meant by that?
Maybe the way he sexualized women in his songs. But other than that, I couldn't see.
I ain't gonna lie, I don't know what the fuck she said. She using big ass words. I don't know what the fuck I don't know what they mean. Y'all let me know what they mean. She using big ass words. That shit, she lost me when she said that shit. I ain't gonna lie to you.
He didn't come off like a sexist pig to me. But I guess that's what he means probably, is like in the music, how he portrays women. Okay. But that can't be all, because there's other songs that portray them differently. So yeah, he's probably saying like, I might have sexualized women. I might be a whore, but that doesn't mean I'm a racist.
I guess, man.
You know which interview I'm talking about, right?
The one
he said, I'm guilty of a lot of things.
Yeah, they still been doing that shit to this day.
Outside the courtroom, you talking about.
NFL players, all type of shit.
Yes, I do.
And then I also feel like, not for nothing, that's not the actions of a guilty man, because he was giving up a lot.
If I ever get like big fame, I ain't fucking with no goddamn other fame, no women. Then like I'm famous. Unless she one of my school, like you know what I'm saying, middle school girlfriend type shit. That's what I be on. I ain't fucking with none of these girls out here. I get famous. Oh no, I already know.
He was saying a lot for him to be on trial, his lawyer to not be around, and it not be an official press conference. You know what I'm saying?
Normally, a guilty person would shut up and just keep their head down low.
Hide.
Yeah, that's fucked up. They would though.
But he wasn't, so that just, I will never understand how that came about. Like, she would have to really tell me, and I think she's a liar, so that's just.
We gotta see her interview. I gotta see her interview. She got an interview.
I wouldn't really.
The girl accused Tupac. She got an interview.
Jackson. I might punch her in her face.
I don't want to go say she gonna make me mad as fuck. I'm gonna make me punch my damn screen.
But that's just me. So, all right. I've always felt like this man's life was entertaining from beginning to end. I mean, literally like a movie. So by the end of 1993, he had just shot 2 off-duty police officers, 2 white off-duty police officers, and I
don't say, when people say Tupac done on a thug, you know what I'm saying? He ain't about that shit. Who the fuck gonna shoot two damn officers, off-duty officers? You know what I'm saying? Who the fuck? Tell me that. Who doing it? What rapper gonna do that? People forget that shit. He did that. You know what I'm saying?
Atlanta on October 31st, 1993. And then about a month later, he gets accused of rape. And then he spends the entire year defending his reputation.
Kind of hard these days, though,
to
try to be
get
like,
shot
you know what I'm saying?
at the end of November, November 30th, 1994 at Quad Studios. So right before he got shot at Quad, I understand that
it's on Vlad. I don't trust Vlad. Hell
yes.
Tell me why. Fuck that. I ain't gonna. That nigga police for real.
Well,
nothing on Vlad shit.
So like we had this thing. He knew I used to go to this one club, the Tunnel, every Sunday, like clockwork. I'd be there. So when he would pop into town, he'd always surprise me, or sometimes he'll call me, but sometimes he would just pop up on me. And this was one of them times where he did the pop up and he didn't tell me he was coming. And damn, I had
some
the
years
cutest
ago.
outfit
Y'all would
on.
like
I
see
had
that?
my hair kind of like yours, and I had
The
like this
interview of
little
that?
Chinese short set in ivory with these taupe suede strappy sandals with a heel. And I was coming out the club, and I seen my homeboy owned a bike shop in Queens.
Yeah, did he?
So
Hold on, we need to
I
talk about
had,
Faith.
you
This is
know,
what I'm
like
gonna go. We're gonna go to
me
Faith
and my
Hotline
girls,
and
like a
yeah,
neighborhood.
what she talking about Faith? Yeah, we need goddamn. You know, we all know Faith lie.
Like, really? And I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, you know, we had an understanding when we first started talking to each other. And the understanding was when we together, we together. And when we not together, we not together. And I knew like he was exercising that. But at least to me, I preferred the honesty. You know, tell me what it is and let me be a part of it if I want to.
Oh Lord, you don't get a lot of women like that. Damn. Tupac had Mac. That boy had Mac. Well, you don't get that. You can't do that shit these days, but I mean you can, but you 9 out of 10. Hell nah. Don't get them play that shit. Hell nah. Hell nah. Twin. Bust out your windows and all type of shit. You say, oh, she look good? Hell yeah.
Nah, but I know my attitude, how it is though. Like, so, and
I'm trying to find it when she talking about Faith Edmonds. She talking about Lil' Kim too?
Now, was there ever a time where he did get jealous or like it was clear?
I think she's cute and she is, listen, we all have our little problem sides and whatever we doing. I don't know that lady and I don't know what's going on in her life, but.
The public, do you believe that Jada proposed to him or
Oh,
he
yeah.
proposed to her?
Oh, here we go. We ain't juicy.
Little scenario, but
ain't gonna lie. Ain't gonna lie, baby. You look good. Jada in the 90s. Jada Pinkett in the 90s. Oh, yeah, you ain't fucking with Jada. Nobody ain't fucking with Jada in the 90s. I don't give a damn nobody say. Jada in the 90s. Now, she killing Jada now, right now. Like, 2026 type shit. She killing that motherfucker. But, and then Jada in the 90s. Lord have mercy. Jesus. Train the girl
like,
bad.
all right, and you know, he just told me like, you know, that she was somebody that really was down for.
Hold on, let's go back to that. He talking about Jada now. Oh, this is Love Letter. I never seen this letter.
Love. Don't give me.
Hold on. Who is that? Who is Angie? No, I'm not marrying Jada. Oh. No, I'm not marrying Jada. It was never an issue. Yes, she didn't. But the roommate said, hold on now. Somebody lying. Cause we just interviewed, we just did a little live on a cellmate. He talking about Tupac on the phone with Jada. And they got them. He announced that they were getting married. You know what I'm saying? She did not ask me, but it was more out of pity through real love. Don't get me wrong, I do love Jada, but only as a friend. We've been through a lot together. No, I have never had physical relationships with her. Just friendship in its pure form. Please know I am trying my hardest to be honest with you. Even though when you want to hear it. My first letter, I told you about the person in my life. I did not. Okay.
Wrong. I do love Jada, but only as a friend.
Mm-hmm.
We've been through a lot together.
Oh, then she was
No, I have never had physical relations with her, just friendship in its purest form. Please know that I'm trying my hardest to be honest with you.
On Shame, too? Shame. God damn.
Even if it's not what you want to hear.
Right.
Now, my first question is, did Tupac ever talk to you about Jada Pinkett or his relationship with Jada Pinkett?
Yes, he did. He did.
What did he say about her?
That she was somebody that he holds in high regards.
Ooh,
and he told me he never had sex with her, that they never dated, like it wasn't that type of relationship.
Hold on now. Come on now. Come on. I know how like I told her ass up. I ain't gonna lie to you. He crazy. I throw her ass up. Madonna don't give a damn. She love black people. I ain't gonna lie. I fuck with the Madonna. She love black people. Madonna, you know, y'all know about Madonna.
I actually told him I thought she was cute. And He was like, well, shit, maybe we could set something up one day. I was like, all right, whatever. But, you know, yeah, I'm telling you, like, he had a whole little scenario, but I was like, all right. And, you know, he just told me, like, you know, that she was somebody that really was down for him and had his back and that he loved her, but in a platonic way. And, you know.
Entanglement.
You know, he told me things.
But how could it be platonic if he had fantasies of setting up a threesome or?
He didn't have the fantasy. I'm the one that said she was cute.
Oh!
So.
Okay.
I need me. I can't meet nobody like you, baby. I just need me somebody just like you, then I'll be alright. You know what I'm saying? Damn. He had friendship only with Jada, bro. I just found where you can find a picture. You're gonna have to. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I ain't gonna look at this shit. I don't wanna see that shit. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna wanna see that shit.
Hey.
Yeah, so.
You crazy, Desiree. All right, so.
Yeah, it's an old girlfriend. Oh, you talking about the cousin? No, we did that like when we did that like 40 minutes ago, Chet. When we interviewed the cousin, we just seen other interviews.
Claimed in multiple interviews that Pac was the one that proposed to her. Considering that Tupac couldn't have anticipated the letters would ever be released to the public, do you believe that Jada proposed to him or he proposed to her?
Well, that's a good one because that is something that he did not tell me. Not that he didn't tell me like that there was a time that they would have gotten married based because he thought he was going to get conjugal visits, but he just didn't tell me the nature of how that came to be. But if he said he didn't and he wrote that in that letter, I'm going to have to go with him because I've never caught him in a lie. He's been very real with me and everything he's told me, I ain't never find it to be a lie, so I believe him.
So you think Jada proposed to him or you think Tupac proposed to her?
And what are your thoughts on Jada Pinkett today? Like with her name just constantly being in controversy with her husband Will, do you still think she's cute?
Hell nah.
I think she's cute and she is, listen, we all.
Look, strike one for your ass. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Strike one for her ass. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God!
Strike one, hell nah. That bald head, hell nah, twin. Hell nah.
We all have our little problem sides and whatever we doing. I don't know that lady and I don't know what's going on in her life, but she's very talented. And I think we're outside looking in. We don't know the nature of their relationship.
Hold on. For y'all, hold on, then we can't find it. I gotta go back to the cousin. Nah, this the one of his girlfriends. We did the cousin like a few minutes ago. I gotta do what her name is right there? Jericho Wright. We gotta do her shit too.
Relationship of what they got going on.
Y'all just
only
coming
what
in, y'all
we find out the little bits, like tidbits. But you know, it's more than meets the eye most times.
I believe she proposed to.
I believe that right there. She ain't the devil. They in that together. Look.
No, I agree with that. I definitely agree. I think she gets a bad rep.
Yeah, because she's the one being outed.
Why the hell she didn't do it?
Usually the conversation is always framed like, oh, Jada is embarrassing Will, or
Jada, she ain't want to
she's using Will, and it's just like he's a grown ass man in the relationship too.
Right, and they've been together for 20 years.
Will Smith. Yeah, and this is not some chump or like nothing. This is Will Smith.
You ain't gonna slap somebody over your woman if you.
In love with Tupac?
Hell yeah.
I think she was in love with him, but maybe not in a sexual way. Honestly.
What kind of love they be having?
Because I think if she wanted him, I'm pretty sure she could have had him. I'm sure he would have did it.
Yep.
And
okay, I agree with
I
that.
think that
I agree with it.
Their relationship is a little bit above that. But yeah, I mean, to know him is to love him. If you would have met him one time, you would have loved him too. So imagine just having this friendship and bond and being a schoolmate and being a best friend. And you know what I'm saying? Like, she definitely loves him, not loved, but
Dating
loves
party
him.
was wild.
Because I can relate.
I think that...
No comment.
It's funny because anytime I talk to other women about Tupac and Jada's relationship, and we're all talking and giving our take on it, it's starkly different than when I talk to a man about it. It's like the boys, they can't grasp the concept of two people who are of opposite sex not being in love with each other or having love for each other without the sex.
Exactly.
And I don't know if it's just because we're women and they're men, but I just always thought that was interesting.
I think it's because men become women's friends on the wait and see game. But if you curve them long enough, they'll either go away or they will become your friend. So he probably met
They
her.
can definitely weigh you down with persistence.
Yes. Well, so they think. But I think with Pac and Jada, maybe he did like her at first. And maybe she just friend zoned him. And, and as they got to be friends and spend time together, they became, they
Oh, she got married before Tupac? She got married to Will Smith before Tupac? Come think. Y'all let me know. Cause he got married.
Mutual bond and a love for each other.
I'm reaching right now. I'm reaching.
Yeah. All right, so Desiree, I'm gonna continue the letter, and I want your honest reaction in the moment.
Okay.
Okay.
You got it.
The letter continues. Please know that I'm trying my hardest to be honest with you, even when it's not what you want to hear. In my first letter, I told you about the person in my life, didn't I?
And she still got the letter.
Here's
Man,
more
she been keeping that
information on her. Her name is Keisha. We've been real with each other and seeing each other for 9 months on the 19th of March. I've cheated on her, got shot up, basically drug her through hell, but she stayed in my corner, and I'm very loyal. So she's the special person in my life. I now have a good relationship with her. We have no secrets. She knows of you, but not your name. I just told her that I had an intense pen pal in Georgia, and one day we'd meet. She's not my girlfriend, but I am her king, and I consider her to be my queen. I've written her poetry, but I have not written any of the poems made for you for her. That's my word. It's not in me to be dishonest and shady. I don't tell her the same things I tell you and vice versa.
Okay.
She knows that I like you and I'm attracted to you, and she's jealous. But she also knows that she's my queen, and jealousy is not becoming of a queen. She's real cool. I say all this to say, if by chance I was ever to be married real fast, it would be to her, not Jada. Now, with all that being said, what are your thoughts on what you just heard in the letter? And did he ever talk to you about his relationship with Keisha Morris?
Okay, somebody right. Keisha Morris, 1995.
I never knew about Keisha until he got married.
Oh, that's the one he divorced fast, right?
When I did not.
They got married, didn't they?
So
got divorced, right?
obviously there's some time overlapping there between me and him. I feel like when I got off.
I don't even know what she looked like, right? What her name is? Hold on, check. Gotta do fact check. What she look like? Damn, bitch, I'm trying to go to Google. They don't never want to go to Google when you say go to Google. They always go some other shit. What her name was? Keisha Moore? I'm just gonna put Tupac wife. Damn, that shit pop right there. They just know. Google be knowing. What she look like? This the white girl? I know you motherfucking lying. Oh, here you go. Keisha Moore. Oh, I've been seeing her multiple times. Okay. Okay. This Keisha, y'all. They ain't stand in prison like that. Crazy. Oh, shit. She got a gun. She let thug out, ain't she? They got this shit on Instagram? Why they bring her face? I don't want to see damn face. Hold on, I'm confused. Okay, he got engaged to her, right? Boom. I mean, he got married to her, boom. And they broke things out. Then he got with old girl right here. Quincy daughter? Yes, yes. Hold on, Chad. Damn, goddamn Janet Jackson. Goddamn Poet Jackson. Lord have mercy. Lord, that's what I've been trying to get with, Chad. I ain't gonna even lie. I went for the bad. Lord, Jada Pickett in the 90s. Lord have mercy. Hold on. Tupac and Jada. That nigga was a player. I don't give a damn. Nobody said, who the fuck is this? Oh, that's then he had a relationship with what's the name on it? I about to say Momo. I mean Yo-Yo. He had a relationship with Momo. I mean Yo-Yo too. Damn, that boy would play. He had all the women. Damn. The brat? I thought he ain't like the brat. Hold on now. We got a picture of the brat. Oh shit. So he got a picture. Okay.
Off that bike in the summer.
Who ain't like Pop for real?
Yeah, it might have been like April, May time. That I don't know if that's when they met or they was rocking, whatever was going on. And then once he got shot, and once he got arrested, I went upstate and I was up there for like 4 or 5 months. So I guess they was doing their thing and bonding. And how do I feel? You know, sometimes, like, when I was younger, I felt kind of like betrayed in a way, a little bit, because I knew that I was fucking with him for a while. And we had a bond as well.
Top three, all of them. Who? Jada, you only compete one. Jada, I know I got some women in here, but shit, y'all go both ways, let me know. But Jada, what her name? Keisha, what her name was? Keisha? And old girl right here, which one? I mean, damn, Janet Jackson, Keisha what her name? Dang, I keep remembering her name. Keisha something. Keisha and Jada. Out of them three, which one? Who y'all gonna pick? Out of them three, all my fellas in here. And my girls, y'all swing that way. Yeah, y'all can put it down there too. But y'all had to pick one. Janet Jackson, the Keisha girl Pop married to, or Jada Pickens. I'm curious. I'm curious to know.
And then those things happened and I disappeared because of that court case. So I kind of felt like, damn, like I disappeared because of this court case and you go boo loving on somebody like to that extent. And, you know, after he got shot, I didn't get a chance to see him and he married her.
Really?
He got locked up the next day. He married her and
I'm trying to tell you.
You know, I was heartbroken.
Yes, Lord.
And I was heartbroken, I was heartbroken because he was arrested and he was in Rikers. Then, you know, I was like, oh, well, you know, I guess.
End day, that's motherfucking Jackson. I ain't gonna lie. That's a goddamn Jackson, bro. You been set for life. I ain't gonna lie.
That was my intent. To respect their marriage. Be Michael too? And leave him alone. Because, you know, we had our falling out. We never got to rectify the situation. And so be it. But then fast forward, and I'm in some nightclub, I don't remember exactly where, and I bump into Stretch. He tells me, oh, Pac's been asking about you.
Okay. Now I know who she is now. So she the girl that wrote Tupac, that Stretch was trying to talk to her. Oh, yeah. Okay, we juice. Hold on, wind the bet. Yeah.
Because, you know, we had our falling out. We never got to rectify the situation. And so be it. But then fast forward, and I'm in some nightclub, I don't remember exactly where, and I bump into Stretch. He tells me, oh, Pac's been asking about you. I know you should give me your, you know, your phone number so I can give it to him. You know, you probably could, like, whatever. So I was like, okay. And I'm in my head, I'm like, isn't he married? Like, he's asking about me for anyway. It's like, all right, cool, whatever, you know. And,
He greedy,
She was
girl.
married?
That's
He was a connoisseur of women.
Who's
He's
she
not
married to?
greedy. Look, he was enjoying
take up
the
for your man.
flavors.
My bad.
Yes.
My bad. I'm gonna get it right.
In the 90s?
Take up for your man. You got it.
So yeah, so that like that's how me and him reconnected afterwards because I bumped into Stretch, similar to how I bumped into Big, and he was like, you know, I'm pop.
One about Jermaine Dupri and Diddy. They don't know who the fuck they like boys. I ain't gonna care. Motherfucker, how you fuck up? You had J-Lo, Diddy had J-Lo, that motherfucker had Jen Jess. I don't know how the hell y'all messed that up. I don't know what you motherfuckers suspect me.
You know, he's been asking if I seen Chew and so I gave him my number. He called me. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna come by, drop you his address. You know, cool. Then he shows up at my crib in Brooklyn at my grandmother's house, and then, you know, I ended up finding his movements a little funny. And as I'm hearing rumors through the grapevine that Big and Pac have a fallout. They not cool, but here's Stretch with all these people from Junior Mafia pulling up to my crib. And I'm just like confused. And then, you know, like, you know, I've said it, I don't, you know, need to redundantly say like, you know, he tried to holler. So I was like, yeah, this shit is not feeling right.
We gotta get into that.
Yeah, don't sugarcoat around it. Yeah,
it's some people that didn't hear your first interview.
Oh, okay.
Take me through like when he tried to holler at you. I know you said that you didn't really like some of the moves that he was making prior to him showing up to your house with the people in Junior Mafia. But what else had he done up until that point that you just wasn't fucking with?
No. I had been hearing that Big and Pac wasn't cool. Puffy, like he thought they had something to do with setting him up. I'm just hearing like, you know, rumors and grapevine business. So when I saw Stretch, I'm thinking him and Stretch and Pac is like they're like this still. So I'm like, all right, cool. You know, here's my number. I'm in Brooklyn. You know, I'm like, call me. You know, when you speak to him, whatever, you get his information, you know, you're going to drop it off to me. Cool. So when he does come to my house, he pulls up. He got the whole entourage. He got Junior Mafia people, you know, some other niggas. And I'm just like, well, if you come, you know, whatever, you coming to drop something off. I ain't worried. I just come outside to get it. When I come out there and I'm like, yeah, what's up with his thing? That nigga said, nah, what's up with me and you?
Oh my God!
You said Left Eye tried to date Tupac? The Left Eye fine here too. I ain't gonna care. Lord have mercy. May she rest in peace. I love some Left Eye. Lord mercy. Damn.
As if Stretch could ever take you from a nigga that look like Tupac. I'm sorry. God bless the dead and all of that.
Oh yeah, rest in peace.
Yes. But girl.
Yes.
Girl.
So when he said that, I was like, what?
Yeah, Destiny be good.
Now I'm like, like brushing them off, like, all right, whatever, like, yeah. So he never gave me Pac's.
I would have been like, bye, ugly.
I don't think he even gave me Pac's information.
I might go back check.
And I'm out there.
I mean, we all say that, but I love me a little crazy girl. I ain't gonna care. It's something about them crazy girl. I be saying I don't like them at the time, but I like a little crazy, like a little excitement. You know what I'm saying? I like me a little crazy. I took a little crazy ass.
With the people in Junior Mafia, but what else had he done up until that point that you just wasn't fucking with?
No. I had been hearing that Big and Pac wasn't cool. Puffy, like he thought they had something to do with setting him up. I'm just hearing like, you know, rumors and grapevine business. So when I saw Stretch, I'm thinking him and Stretch and Pac is like they're like this still. So I'm like, all right, cool. You know, here's my number. I'm in Brooklyn. You know, I'm like, call me. You know, when you speak to him, whatever, you get his information, you know, you're going to drop it off to me. Cool. So when he does come to my house, he pulls up. He got the whole entourage. He got Junior Mafia people, you know, some other niggas. And I'm just like, well, if you come, you know, whatever, you coming to drop something off. I ain't worried. I just come outside to get it. When I come out there and I'm like, yeah, what's up with his thing? That nigga said, nah, what's up with me and you?
As if Stretch could ever take you from a nigga that look like Tupac. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. God bless the dead and all of that.
Oh yeah, rest in peace.
Yes. But girl.
Nah, man, he rest in shit. I ain't gonna lie. Different times. That's in part of life. You know. I did not know that.
Yes.
Girl.
So when he said that, I was like, what? Now I'm like, like brushing them off, like, all right, whatever, like, yeah. So he never gave me Pac's.
I would have been like, bye, ugly.
I don't think he even gave me Pac's information. And then I'm looking at the people he's with, and I'm just like, all right, cool. So maybe, you know, a week, 2 weeks later, I don't know how I got his information, if it was off of MTV or something like that. Like they wrote his address to the jail. And I wrote him a letter, and this letter wasn't, you know, geared to like, babe, I love you, I miss you. It was, hey, you know, how are you? I finally got your address, you know. And in that letter, I put to him that Stretch had came, and that he came to my house, he told me this stuff, and he's like, I didn't, you know, when I finally did see him, he's like, I didn't send him there, like, nah. And I told him, you know, I didn't know what was going on, but, you know, he kind of tried to like holler at me. He was with these dudes.
Really?
And I'm hearing that you had a fallout with so-and-so, and, you know, and I'm like, you know, I heard you're married. Congratulations.
Damn.
You know, I'm just reaching out as a friend. And then that's when I got the first letter from him. And he was on his own, like, yeah, French, whatever. And, you know, he also told me, like, you know, yeah, he don't know who to trust right now. Like, everybody's moving funny, you know, he ain't really fucking with Stretch like that. And, you know, just, you know, to, you know, watch out in the world because people are moving like snakes. And that was the beginning. And also that, you know, he still wanted to rekindle whatever we had before. And, yeah, and I think the second letter was when he wrote to me and told me that he told Keisha about us, and that, which is like annoying me because you just read that letter and I'm like, damn, it's 20, let it go. All right.
Girl.
Still jealous. Look.
You know, I feel like you have the right. I mean, that was your man, girl.
He wrote left eye too?
I mean, he was dealing with other women, but
I had a part of him. Yeah, of course.
Listen, I'm not one of those fans that feel like you don't have the right to be mad or be jealous because this nigga just up and left you and got married after you was the one that was down for him.
Well, I guess she was.
And like,
too.
you know, you really had to uproot your life and leave so that you wouldn't be harassed.
Right.
You got caught up in his
in
court case.
that, yeah. But yeah, so
it's okay to rage.
It was the same
they
thing.
Call us angry black women anyway.
That's a fact. So yeah, so he told me that he was gonna send for me, and she would.
Look her body language. She feels some way about that shit. Y'all for the y'all know who just want me to play video. I can't really just play video like that because it's like it's not my original video. So it's like I have to stop this shit and say what I gotta say, or they gonna be YouTube gonna look at it as like reused content, like you just trying to steal somebody else's content. That's what they basically gonna say. That's why I have to keep pausing and shit like that.
Handle all my arrangements, which I was put like, what? Okay, cool.
Shout out 26.
She was busy, child. She was busy.
Obviously. You know, and I feel for her.
Y'all fuck me.
In that time, at that age, I ain't have the heart to care about nobody but myself. But in this age, in this time, that had to be a lot for her. That had to be a lot.
Everybody was young.
She was young. She was in love. And, you know how she felt. I would have did anything for him as well. I'm just happy that she got to play that role. Because I don't think I would have, I don't know. I don't know how, I'm not a good listener. We'll just say that.
Listen, Desiree, I would have been in your position too.
I talk
like,
back.
I have too much mouth.
Yep.
That kind of, yeah, like.
I'd have been like, yeah, I'm going to bring her up here. But I'm going to tell you, I think Keisha got to her limit one day because when he told I think the visit he told her that he wanted a divorce.
Hold on now. What you mean?
She came back the next visit, and I was in the bathroom, and all of the Outlaws was there that day, except for Fatal and Noble. And I was in the bathroom. I didn't never get to see her, but she came in to visit before I came, and that's when I was staying upstate with him, like staying up there to see him all the time. And
appreciate that, bro.
she was looking for me, I heard. So
name her. And what? I don't forgot her name, damn Chat. You know, it's hard to meet people name. La Dada. She's like one of Tupac ex girlfriends. She the one that told told Tupac that Stretch was trying to holler at him. Have y'all seen my previous lives when we did the Tupac versus Biggie? Yeah, she one of the ones.
Looking for you, how? Like she really wanted to meet, or like she wanted to fight?
well, I'm gonna say that Gaddafi said, and Muta, I think I remember, they was trying to make fun like she was gonna beat my ass. And I was like, oh yeah. But if I was in her shoes, I would have did the same. I'm not mad at her. Like I would have been waiting for you at the bus stop when you get off. You're not even going to the visit, sister. Like,
okay.
Damn.
But
Listen,
while he in jail, you got to get fighting.
Because
Lord
you want to know
have
the
mercy,
funny
that boy's
thing? This
That boy gotta be
this
steady.
book that I just read you, the snippet from the letter, Angela.
yeah. Who's this Angela? I didn't know about her.
She
Oh,
was
she was
literally a fan. She was a fan that
bizarre.
reached out to Tupac.
Oh, okay.
And she sent them some pictures. She sprayed the envelope with some Perry Ellis perfume.
Okay.
You know, she wrote him a decent letter.
I hear
And
that.
her letter wasn't thirsty or nothing. but
Right.
he ended up writing her back and just becoming completely
Friends.
like captivated by her. Not just like I want to get to know you, but like I'm talking about he was pressed, Desiree. Like he was very, very. You have to read this book.
I need to. Yeah, I might have to read that. I need to see them dates.
She tried to get her ass mad as fuck about that shit. She tried to get her started. She said perfume and all. It's crazy. She tried to get her ass started. Look, she get tight. She get tight.
You have to read it because I'm telling you, your man, he was in these letters like before Angela's second letter got back to him in the prison. He had wrote her like 3 more letters. Like, you know, I'm just writing you again. Just, you know, I'm hoping that.
But was he right?
I'm just
But hold on. Was he right? Was she actually talking to Tupac? Because we looked at the cellmate interview yesterday. He said Tupac didn't want to look at too many letters, so Tupac gave him the letters to read. And he was the cellmate. He was goddamn talking to the women and shit. So was you talking to Tupac or was you talking to the cellmate? That's what I need to know.
Patient, and you've written me back, and you know, I'm telling you, you have.
That's
to
a song?
read it.
Okay.
But anyway, I said all that to say
Both y'all say the
that
same thing?
there was a point in the book where he wanted Angela and Keisha to meet. So they had planned to, he had set it up where they would come up there on the same day, and at the very last minute, Keisha Morris bailed. So when you say she had reached her limit, that's true, because it wasn't just with you, it was with Angela as well.
Her and some other girl named Simi too, because that I knew about. Look,
Oh, that's why they got divorced?
Lord, this man was
who's
doing.
Simi?
Oh,
Damn,
she
Tupac.
was.
Was she a girlfriend? Or-
No, she was just somebody that wrote to him as well with pictures. She was an attractive young girl. Probably.
God, this man.
What she
was
look like? I
crazy.
want to know what she look like.
And he's
And
He
he,
did.
you know, and it's crazy because, you know, he told me like when he got out, like he would like to meet her or whatever. And I'm just sitting there like,
Damn.
okay. You know, and it's just like, what you gonna do? No, you can't. You're not my child.
I got mind control over Debo. Damn.
But yeah, he wanted his cake and have it, eat it all too. So
Yes. So did you ever vocalize to him like, Pac, I don't want to meet none of them? But
he never asked. I don't know if you read his letters to me, but I know he told in one of them he told me to be nice. I don't think he would want me to meet none of his business or his
You
wife.
would have tried to fight.
I don't know what I would have did. I just know
Oh my God.
he don't know what I would have did.
Yeah, y'all would have fought.
I don't know.
I feel like you would have tried to fight.
I might have.
You from the Bronx. I
I'm
mean,
not.
you were born in the Bronx, raised in Brooklyn.
And man,
All the Brooklyn girls I know, they rough and they loyal.
I never had one. I don't know. They
And
tell
y'all
y'all,
just be
Brooklyn
ready.
girls
And
loyal.
then y'all
I never
act
had
so
one.
prim and proper. Y'all all act
he
the
said
same
I
way.
did
All the
prim
ones
and
that I
proper.
know.
Tell Keisha Moore was one.
Yes. Yes, y'all all act so prim and proper, but like y'all be demons for real, for real. I'm telling you.
Well, he knew I had a little feisty side, so he was like, "Be nice when she contacts you. She's a nice girl." I'm like, "Okay, whatever." Even when he called me on the phone too, and he told me, "Yeah, she called me. She got me my ticket to go up there. She told me how I had to dress on the dress thing. She told me where I could find. She basically arranged my whole trip."
What?
Twice.
Damn.
And what were you saying on
that nigga Pop gotta be at this point? He gotta be studied. Damn. Yeah, girl. Yeah, she was goddamn robbing. Like shit, that Pop shit. He had it like that, boy. You can't do that shit either. Hell nah. He get shot
the
up.
phone? Like when she's telling you, like, don't wear this, don't wear that. Were you just like, okay, girl? I'm like,
I was like, okay, because what are you gonna say? Like, girl, are you okay? Blink twice if you need help. I was just like, all right.
Yeah.
She was very professional, and I just was like, okay. She had no attitude, because I like, and I was just like, this is weird. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, I would never. You gonna have somebody else orchestrate that. Not that I'm saying I would.
You better get one of your cousins to do it. I would've told that, you better get one of your cousins.
Yo, you better get somebody to do that. Don't have me doing that, because, like, I just think I know she had to have cried. That's your husband, and he's telling you to arrange for other women to come and see him.
God damn.
And I know how Pac is. He ain't lie. He ain't say he ain't feeling nothing and he ain't trying to reunite something. He's telling you exactly what it is. And you got the choice. You're going to do it or not. And if you don't do it, whatever happens then.
Well, I always say you're a player, though. You know what I'm saying?
You could go too.
Big, you ain't no player. I'm a real player.
Everybody was down for the ride. That's the funny part.
Damn, I ain't know all
would have
this.
been too, sis.
I know.
So.
I know. Oh, that's not no secret. That is not. I would have been with whatever.
Oh,
okay, I would.
Okay, we gotta get the fake Ethan. When she talking about fake Ethan, yeah, we gotta get her line in. We need to go to fake Ethan.
Go visits, and she was there, and she proved her loyalty to him, and he felt.
March 14th, 1995.
Mm-hmm.
Now, at this point, Tupac is in prison. What was Pac's mentality like being locked up while also having the #1 album in the country?
Oh yeah,
so he was excited about the album, but he was really upset about being in jail for something he didn't commit. And, instead of being like a depressed person and just letting the situation get to him, he became proactive and started to make a whole new album. And he started writing all those songs while he was in jail, and he started, trying to plan on how he was going to get out, how he was going to get his money up, what his next steps was, and also plotting somewhat of a little bit of revenge as well. So, it was a lot. He was all over the place with, but for to be all over the place at the same time, he was knocking down everything.
I thought you talking about like with DMX and Nas, that movie. What the movie called?
Yeah.
Keisha.
I think I won't get into specifics because there's certain things that I just feel like is not meant for everybody to know. But I think that time that he spent in jail, when you sit still, when you sit still sometimes, a lot of times we move fast to avoid, to stop and think. And when we are still, it refreshes memories, it brings back things. So I'm sure, he was dealing with a lot of things, finding out his father was alive. And
I was going to ask you about that too. We're going to get into that.
No.
So he found out in jail? Oh, shit.
Okay.
We're definitely going to get into that.
Mm-hmm. And,
yeah, we definitely going to get into that. We going to slap at it.
So.
Okay, so continuing on with the Me Against the World album, what are your personal thoughts on the album?
Oh, yeah. Check. Me Against the World or Machiavelli? Y'all, what's your album better? Which one y'all rock with harder? Like Me Against the World or Machiavelli? Young Jeezy. Tell her she beautiful. Talking about that motherfucker fine, but that motherfucker, she gotta be like at least 50 right now. She like 50 something, still look fine. God damn. You don't get to see them little, you know what I'm saying? This motherfucker been editing forever.
Your favorite, or are you an all eyes on me kind of girl or a Machiavelli kind of girl?
I love all three.
Me Against the World.
If
Y'all
you
want for Me Against the
ask me,
World?
my
Both?
favorite would
for
probably
both.
be All Eyes on Me
Okay.
because I was around him and with him during the time that he was writing those in jail. Most of those songs were completed in jail. And it's two that are on that album that, you know, he dedicated to me or wrote about me.
Oh, girl, let
Parts
the people
in.
know. Which songs?
I Ain't Mad at You is one of them. I'm mad at you.
That's my shit right
And
I didn't know that.
I'd Rather Be Your Nigga
Dream.
is the other.
Precision
And
on
then-
China, brother.
Okay.
Now, you know, after we reconnected, and then we had another falling out, but thank God this wasn't over no bike riding or nobody. It was just me and him. But I believe the album off Machiavelli as well, just like Daddy, parts were about me as well.
Hold on, what the song
yeah,
called?
so
Hold
the
on,
first
now.
time I-
Which one? Okay, Machiavelli. Which one? She said she believed. Hold on, we gonna pull it up. What song she talking about, Chet, on Machiavelli? Said she think it was about her. Hold on, I'm gonna pull up Machiavelli. I got that motherfucker downloaded. Hold on. Talking about Me and My Girlfriend? She gotta be talking about Me and My Girlfriend. Somebody yeah, okay, you got a good point. She said part of was like, hold on, let's see what she said. Let's go back.
Album that, you know, he dedicated to me or wrote about me.
Oh, girl, let
Parts
the people
in.
know. Which songs?
I Ain't Mad at You is one of them. I'm mad at you.
Hold on.
And
I didn't know that.
I'd Rather Be Your Nigga is the other.
I'd rather be a nigga.
And then
Okay.
now, you know,
now I'm gonna
after-
go listen.
you know, we reconnected, and then we had another falling
Y'all
out.
said no?
But thank God
Machiavelli?
this wasn't over no bike
Yeah, one
riding
for
or
Machiavelli.
nobody. It was just me and him. But I believe the album off Machiavelli as well, just like Daddy, parts were about me as well.
What the song called?
Oh yeah. So the first
Hold
time
on, she said this shit
I
so
heard
fucking
your
fast.
interview that.
I thought she was talking about Me and My Girlfriend from Machiavelli.
Oh yeah. So the first time I heard your interview that you did with Art of Dialogue 5 years ago, and you talked about Stretch trying to talk to you. I knew from then, that confirmed for me that the song was about you, because he literally says in the song, when my fake homies try to fuck you, you run and tell me. That's why I stay committed. I thank God every time I hit it, hoping you'll forgive me for the times I bullshit.
Oh yeah, she a Tupac fan. Tupac fan. Damn, they would. Okay. Fat check.
So, and that, it sounds like, you know, it's
You say you
your
disagree?
situation. So I always thought that song was about you. And
Just like Daddy?
It's funny because that's one
I
of
never
my
heard that song.
favorite Tupac songs, and it just seems like it's such a sleeper on the album.
It is.
Hold on,
I love it too. But yeah, when I heard that, you know, and I think I heard it after he passed away, and I knew it was just like, I know nobody got to tell me, and you know, at this point I can't even confirm it because he's not even here. So, but I knew.
Okay, so what's your favorite? What's like, if you had a top 5 like favorite Tupac songs, what would they be?
I love Ambitions as a Rider. I love.
I knew I like her motherfucking ass. I knew I like her for some damn reason. I been bumping that shit give me crunk before I get on live. I got them play that A Bitch Just Rider. I love that goddamn song. Oh, it's on. I said Just Like Daddy. Okay, I gotta hear that one. I ain't heard that one off the Machiavelli. I gotta hear that song. I'm gonna hear it off the stream. And let y'all know next stream.
Just Like Daddy. I'd rather be in it. I love, see, now you're saying just top 5, so.
Yep, 5.
And I gave you 3.
We'll narrow it down.
So.
Hello, I only heard one.
Ambitions of
Wait, on the Machiavelli album, what is the name of the song? It's like
You just work for Pop Mother?
Daddy tell me, I remember what my papa told me. I love that song.
Shout out Papa Mom.
And
Papa,
yes, Blasphemy, and
Mama
then
Pop.
the one he did with his what is the name of the damn song? Me and My Girlfriend.
No, yeah,
love
I
that
see it.
too.
Yeah.
I love Temptation. Yeah.
Oh, Temptation. Ooh, I heard it.
How did you feel in the early 2000s when Jay-Z and Beyonce remade My Girlfriend? Did you like it? Did you like 03 Bonnie and Clyde?
I ain't gonna lie to you. I just found it out. No butcher me. I just found out this year that Bonnie and Clyde, Jay-Z and Beyonce. Jay-Z copied that shit from Tupac. So I ain't hear Me and My Girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? This year, that was my first time hearing Me and My Girlfriend too. I ain't know Tupac made it before Jay-Z. I grew up. By the time I grew up, Jay-Z and them had that song out, and I thought Jay-Z made that shit like original type shit.
I did.
And do you feel differently about it today? Okay.
I did. I thought it was good, and it was just.
Yeah, nah, don't.
I love Temptation. So.
How did you feel in the early 2000s when Jay-Z and Beyonce remade Me and My Girlfriends? Did you like it? Did you like 03 Bonnie and Clyde?
I did.
And do you feel differently about it today? Okay.
I did. I thought it was good, and it was just bringing back, like, you a fan too, almost.
He's his goddamn fan. He bit lip ass, hell no. Then he try to jack this shit. He always biting somebody's shit. Yeah.
That beat was fire, and yeah.
You are a fan.
But they did it justice. They didn't. I would hate to have seen somebody else do it, and it wasn't good. You know, it still bangs to this day, just like his does.
I ain't banging this shit no more. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, for sure.
I found out I ain't banging this shit no more.
Desiree, you know we gotta get into the salacious, the hot and steamy love letter that Tupac sent you, where on the envelope, there's a photo. Girl, yes, we're getting into it.
Oh,
There's a picture of you two passionately making love, and it has "Missing You Deeply" in the cover, like on the front of the envelope. Do you remember your reaction when you first saw the envelope?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I had got that letter.
She let that hell down?
Pushed it right back inside because I was in front of my aunt, somebody. I was like, and I ran to the bathroom and I opened it and I was looking at that, and that stabbed me like, I'm missing you. I'm missing you the same way too, baby.
Facts, bro.
Just slowly waiting for you to get out of there, and But yeah, that made me blush. It makes me blush to this day.
Yeah, clearly, right? I wish you could see your face.
I wish I could imagine. I'm like, I'm probably red as hell. Yeah, that was the one. That and Just Like Daddy. Those two songs, that and that song, I'm like,
girl,
just let everybody know. Look how you really feel.
Girl, I love that song, and I'll say, like, as a fan, like somebody who genuinely loves his music, that's probably the only song where I like the Outlaws. I like every other Outlaws verse better than Tupac's. And that's not to say that his verse was bad or anything like that. But
they shined up on that.
But I don't know. Yeah, they shine. Like, that was the one song where I feel like they shine, except for the hook. I couldn't believe he wrote the hook. I wrote Edie on Twitter one day asking him, like, who wrote the hook to Just Like Daddy? And he said, whatever you heard
I gotta hear the song.
mouth, he wrote it.
Yeah.
So, Because you know, back then rappers weren't singing their own hoods.
Right.
It wasn't like they weren't melodic, and that's another thing he don't get
Nah,
credit.
we did. I'm gonna go back for y'all chat. We gonna go back for the. I'm gonna do a little. I'm trying to wait till she talk about Faith Evans and Lil Kim. Then we gonna go back to the real cousin. Cause I did it earlier when I first started streaming. I did the little cousin shit. For y'all just joining, I'm gonna go back.
For like starting this whole wave of like melodic rap.
Exactly.
Where, where he was like one of the first rappers who rapped in a
Salute.
melodic way.
Exactly.
Appreciate that, brother.
So I see he still make you blush to this day.
Yeah.
And I wanted
Spite. And you just don't want to, say what it is. It is what it is. He didn't lie on his dick. He ain't never lied.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, here you go. Juice shit.
Do you think Tupac ever lied on do you think he ever lied or would ever lie on his dick?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So here's two things we're going to go on.
Let's go.
Now, normally when somebody's first we're gonna deal with that. But of the people that he said he had sex with, nobody else is saying that he didn't. And he really wasn't a kiss and tell. You just was dumb.
It was just faith.
You thought he liked you. You didn't never
just
cross your mind. He got a problem with your man. Now you did that on spite, and you just don't want to, say what it is. It is what it is. He didn't lie on his dick. He ain't never lied on his dick. He don't got to lie on his dick. Just throwing themselves at him by the dozens. But also on that aspect as well, going back to the
I can't go back and watch it though. That shit made me sad as fuck.
So just one
like
person.
The video, I can watch.
Nobody's never come out ever again and say any type of story about this man doing anything.
That's why I don't believe it.
Now you see these other people that are being accused of sexual assault, rape, things like that.
Rapists don't just rape once.
That's a pattern. Yeah, that's a habit. So no, he's not a liar. Not about his dick, and not about touching or doing anything with anybody, forcing them to do anything. He wasn't asking that lady to suck his dick for no damn check because she already fucked him. So that's just another one of her lies to cover her tracks.
Taking your time out your day.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, just me as a spectator, I think that
I'm gonna go back for y'all for the cousins who came in for the cousins. Though. I'm gonna go back.
I'm saying because he.
Let's go back to the first one. We got QVD still. We still gotta do QVD shit.
How did Tupac talk about?
All right, for y'all, this is Tupac cousin. I say Tupac first cousin.
Suge Knight in private versus in public.
I never really particularly heard Tupac talk about Suge Knight in private or public. I know when Suge Knight used to come to the house in Calabasas, I've never sat in the room while Suge and Pac and everybody else was in the room conversating. I would most of the time excuse myself. So I never sat and engaged in any conversations with Suge. In fact, I could have been overlooked, because I was in the background. And when Suge came through the door, I would go upstairs, So Suge probably overlooked me. He probably didn't really see me like that in the house, my presence.
Like, I see Tupac, I can tell she related to Tupac now. Cause I see Tupac mother and her. I'm tripping. Like, now she older. I don't know if she look like she's young, but she remind me of Tupac mother so much, bro. You say you saw her on art? Okay. For the ones that ain't
believe
seen
like so many people do.
I
And
make
it's
sure y'all
still
go
rumors.
follow his shit. He got most of like all Tupac girlfriends and all this shit. He got this shit knocked down.
Internet today that Suge Knight may have had something to do with Tupac's death.
Yeah, I did believe it. I did, but I had my own, reason of believing it, and it was only if you could allow me to elaborate, and that is the day of leaving to go to Vegas. Suge had came
Right.
to pick Pac up, because it was me.
Now, she don't mind y'all on Tupac mother. Like, she mind me so much of Tupac mother, bro. You look like Tupac mother, you look like her. Especially with the loop earrings right there.
It was Kadada and I.
Hold on, let's
Yaki.
go. Hold on. Check, I'm pulling this up real quick. Shout out Mama Pop. No, we love her over here. Let me see. Let me get the young. Look, hold on. She got glasses on. Y'all tell me she don't look. They look just like you tell they family members for real. Look.
Edie and Castro. Pac's first initiative was to come to Atlanta.
Yes, she does.
Because he had gotten a phone call from either my aunt or my mom
Let it roll, my G.
stating that
Shout out to God, join
one of
channel.
my brothers had stolen one of Pac's guns out the house. So at this time, you know, it was a lot of my brothers, cousins, family members that was still, you know, engaging in the same bull crap that's been taking place for years, repeating the same patterns, you know. So it was a lot of us still going back and forth to jail, drug abusing, and
Cherry Hill.
coming in and out of rehabs. So that pattern was continuing at that moment. And
Facts, beautiful goddess.
my brother, who is sober and a recovering addict right now, but at that time, he was getting high, and he may have sold the gun out the house. But when Pac heard it, he was pissed off. He was tired of the fact that why we can't get our shit together, why we still going through this type of shit. You know what I mean? And he wanted to come to Atlanta to deal with that family situation. But Suge insisted that he deal with that family situation later.
See?
And
Suge. Oh, I can't stand shit. I'm starting to hate Suge more than I hate Diddy. Like, word. Like, on some real shit. So, allegedly, Tupac supposed to go to Atlanta. He wasn't supposed to go to LA. He supposed to go to Atlanta, deal with his family issues. You know what I'm saying? But Suge telling him not to go. We're gonna go to LA, Las Vegas. Yeah, yesterday they were telling me mama Pop, she ain't had no funeral though.
And let's continue to go to Vegas.
That's what Chap was telling me yesterday.
At that particular time, when you understand that Suge convinced him to do otherwise other than going to Atlanta to handle the situation about the gun, did you think that it was anything nefarious on Suge's part? Like, no, come on, because there was some underlying thing going on.
Kadada, her observation was more enlightening, because like I may have mentioned before, I'm a little naive. I'm from New York. I don't really know the Cali lifestyle or lingo or so forth, right? So again, Pac is
drop me a like and subscribe to the channel.
insisting that
Help my channel out.
come to Vegas, right? He
Facts,
also
brother.
was assisting that Pac did not need his bulletproof vest, because Pac always traveled with his bulletproof vest. So Sugar's like, nah, Pac, you don't need the bulletproof vest. You don't need none of that. I got you. So meanwhile, while Suge is outside in his car with his, at the time, 4-year-old daughter.
So, what made you not? That don't even make sense. Why you don't want him to bring his bulletproof vest, bro? That sound like some setup shit to me. I don't know about y'all shit. That sound like some setup shit to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you want me? You know we beef with all these folk. You know what I'm saying? Then shit, not Keefy D now. You know they looking for Pop. He knew that shit. They got the prices with the chain, death row chain.
At the time, 4-year-old daughter. Kadada and I sitting on the stoop, or I should say in front of the house, waiting on Pac and the Outlaws to get themselves together.
Oh shit!
I wasn't supposed to go. Pac didn't want me to go to Vegas.
Hold on.
You don't need the bulletproof vest. You don't need none of that. I got you. So meanwhile, while Suge is outside in his car with his, at the time, 4-year-old daughter, Kadada and I sitting on the stoop, or I should say in front of the house, waiting on Pac and the Outlaws to get themselves together. I wasn't supposed to go. Pac didn't want me to go to Vegas. But Kadada did not want to be the only girl on the trip. So she convinced Pac to please allow me to go. At that time, my daughter Imani, who was 4 years old at that time, didn't want any of us to go. So Pac is like, yo, everybody empty out your pockets, yo. Give Monty all your money.
Facts, me too.
Monty, what you want us to bring you back? You want a fat burger? Monty wanted a fat burger, right? So we was able to get Imani's approval. Everybody gave Monty their money, flipped their pockets inside out to give Monty the money, while Kadada and I is sitting in front of the house. Kadada is noticing body language, Suge's body language, right? Because Sugar's in his car, he's laying back, he's on the phone, and Kadada is noticing.
Hold on.
She's saying.
Hold on. Pop, we need y'all to check. Y'all think Sugar's innocent? Yes or no? I need yes or no. Bro say he don't think Sugar shut him up. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I think he was set up though. Cause we gonna continue this shit, and you gonna see why I think so.
And certain things like, look at him. He could be plotting to do something right now. We wouldn't even know.
Appreciate that, bro.
She's saying all these little things that I'm not really paying no mind, because I'm happy I'm going to Vegas. I've never been there before, and we were supposed to go during our birthday month. It's the Mike Tyson fight. So what Kadada is observing, I'm not seeing what she's observing. In retrospect, it all makes sense later.
So that was one of the things that I think that was important that you just brought up. So
hold on.
Tupac.
Hold on, chat. I see who Netbone is. Y'all been telling me to do Netbone. Oh shit. Hello? That's on Vlad. Ooh, I don't trust Vlad for shit. Good Tupac, he was a hitter. High power. Ooh, Lord. Ooh, got some juicy shit right here. Okay, bet. I might say that for later on the stream.
Because a lot of people say, well, Tupac had his bulletproof vest in Vegas. And like I said, once again, Jamala, you were there. And this is the reason why we brought you on the Art of Dialogue. So you could clear a lot of stuff up.
Sir Michael.
Because a lot of people have been running with rumors and these stories and things like that.
Look. For y'all that want me to play the interview, y'all can go watch this shit your damn self, bro. It's a live reaction, bro. I'm going to keep stopping that motherfucker. Yeah, I can't just let this shit play and not say nothing, bro. It's gonna be called reused content, bro. This is not my video. I'm reacting on somebody else's video. I have to do that shit. That's the rules of YouTube.
So from your understanding and your knowledge firsthand, Tupac
I just looked him up, bro.
Bulletproof vest in Vegas.
No, he did not. Nope.
There were also people running around basically saying, Tupac, he had a gun and it was this, that, and the other. To your knowledge, he had no gun?
No. The guns, to my knowledge, his bodyguard, Frank Alexander, at that time, God bless his soul, was told he couldn't have. Frank Alexander was told he couldn't carry his
Yeah, for real.
his pistol while in Vegas. So it was like once we got there, it was like, oh, so now Frank Alexander is not able to walk around strapped. I don't know for what reason why, but Frank Alexander was not able to walk around strapped. If you allow me to say one more
Why you
thing,
can't walk around
too,
strapped? That's what I don't
is
get.
on our way to Vegas, right? Once we left the house, it's like a caravan of cars. We like 40 deep. So you got Suge and his daughter, me, Kadada, Pac, and Edie is in one car. Kay and Yaki is in the cars behind us with the Death Row entourage and everybody else. So we like 40 cars deep. We could have, I think, my memory, we made 2 stops. One stop was at 7-Eleven where Pac grabbed up some magazines, a Sunkist soda, some chips, and sunflower seeds because he loves sunflower seeds. So that was one stop. And then the second stop was a desert stop. It looked like some mafia, some Godfather shit. Because we made a road stop. We pulled over on the desert and met up with David Kenner, who was the attorney for Death Row. Now that scenario looked kind of like, to me, you know? I'm trying to put pieces together, but I'm still naive.
So let me ask you this, because I've never heard that before. David Kenner was in Vegas,
I don't know.
or this was a pit stop. This was a pit stop on the way to Vegas.
It was a pit stop on a desert pit stop on the way to Vegas. Like you ever seen The Godfather? And they made a trip. They made a desert stop on the Vegas just to share a secret code. It was something like that.
That's interesting. See, once again, Jamala, I've never heard that. I've never heard that before. And so that's why I asked you, you know, because I don't know whether he was or wasn't in Vegas, but this was on the way to Vegas.
On the way to Vegas.
Ooh, I try to do. I can't even do the interviews with Tupac no more, man. Them motherfuckers, they got my ass yesterday for this.
You know what I'm
Ooh, you almost got me. You almost got me. Oh shit. Oh, I just seen old girl. Who is it? This for Dada? Okay, okay.
Doc and look.
Orlando.
After watching the 50 Cent produced Diddy documentary, did it change how you viewed Suge's role at all?
He would just play the same role.
And people alleging that he was involved with Tupac's death?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And how was that?
How was that? Okay, because let's go back to Keefy D, right? Let's go back to Keefy D, the brother I never heard of until after Pac died and he started opening up his mouth. And even at that time, never paid it no mind. We still sat still.
Or dead,
you know,
or dead, brother.
Remained quiet and still. And let the rumors talk. Let everybody just run off at their mouth. But then when this documentary came out, by the way, which was really a great job. The documentary itself was a great documentary, I must say. Now I'm looking at it and while watching it, it's a lot of, oh, snap, wow, word, oh, shit, yo, I'm bugging, like, wow, ooh, I'm putting 2 and 2 together. I'm putting the bits and pieces together, you know? And it made me think, and then in retrospect, it made me think about the encounterment I had with Suge in the elevator. in Vegas after Pac had the fight with Orlando Anderson, right? So I run into Suge. Pac had the fight with Orlando Anderson. He come upstairs to the hotel room. First of all, when we get to Vegas, right, he flipped on me. He like, yo, move. Because I'm thinking when we get to Vegas, we're going to turn up. It's going to be all lit. But once we get there, he turned on me. Like, nah, Moo, I don't want you coming out. You and Kadada stay in the hotel and so forth. So I'm feeling the way. I'm like, oh, she ain't this, like, how you going to bring us out here? Now we got to stay in our rooms. So I'm rebellious, right?
Facts, brother.
So I'm being rebellious, right? So Shook Pop comes in the room. He's talking about how he just knocked out some dude. I don't know who the dude is. I didn't know later that this is Orlando Anderson, the head of the Crip and all this crap. You know what I mean? So when Pop come in the room talking about it, I'm like, oh, word, say word, Pop. So he changed. That's when he changed from the orange button-up shirt that he had on, and he put on the green, like, basketball jersey type of shirt, right? So at this point, he's looking for the outlaws. He don't know where they at. And he's telling me and Kadada to chill in the room. That, everybody is there outside. They wilding. It's Robert Wayne time. And again, showing his protection for us, he recommend that we stay in the room. But I came out the room anyway and ran into Suge. And when I ran into Suge in the elevator, he in there with his girl, right? So I'm like, yo, Suge,
he popped off on
I
his
know
ass,
you
knocked
heard
his
how
ass out.
Pop knocked out homie. And before I could say homie, Suge gave me the silent.
That's what I think,
he put the finger on his lips to silent me. So that already gave me like, oh, let me tone it down a notch. After watching the doc and looking back to that moment in the elevator, it makes me think now that that was probably a way of Suge trying to show or give some protection over me. You know what I'm saying? Because he's quietly letting me know that the wolves are outside and I need to tone it down. Because I could come through the door loud and bold, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
y'all met New York people, they loud and bold like a motherfucker. They don't give a damn.
that at that moment, after watching the doc, it made me think differently of Suge's position when I ran into him in the elevator.
Spoke. I think so too.
And to clarify what you're saying, so you no longer thought that Suge, had anything to do with Tupac's death. It kind of opened up another narrative, if you will, by Keefe D basically expressing his involvement in it and all of the other things that he...
Look. Bro be talking about he don't think Tupac bad for Keefe. That nigga was childhood friends with Keefe D, the people responsible for killing Tupac, bro. And he knew they had something to do with the shit. He seen, when they pulled up in the car, he seen Keefe D face, bro. And he still would not tell the police after Pac died, bro. He didn't even tell the police on them folk. That he seen who did the shit, bro. What you mean, bro?
He was saying.
Yes. And not only that too, Delray, because you thinking of Suge, I'm thinking of Suge, Everybody else got different views and different perspectives, but my first thought was Suge because of the encounter that I had with him in the elevator just showed me some, And then, of course, it was, you can't never not think if the government has something to do with this. You know what I'm saying? Did the government do this? Did they
Yo, Mom,
build
appreciate
the
you following
feud
something. I appreciate
between
that.
East and West? You know what I mean? Did they use that to turn us against one another? So at this point, it's like, who can we trust?
Nobody.
We don't know. So this is where you be still and be quiet and let the chips roll where they roll.
I find that also to be interesting because, like I said, this was something that the world never knew about Jamala. You running into Suge in the elevator after the Orlando Anderson fight. So take me back to Tupac's initial reaction. Y'all in the room, he come in the room, take it from there.
So Pop comes in the room. So of course she's like, "Yo, I just knocked out homie," and you know he's all his adrenaline is at 10, right? He's Mike
I don't
Tyson
know too much
just
about
knocked
the
out
gang
homie.
shit.
So you know the energy is big. You know what I'm saying? So again, he come in the room and I'm like, "Oh snap, word Pop, for real?" And he says to me, "Why you always gotta say word? Like word, nigga, word, yo, word." Right? So he had to make it clear to me that word means word, yo, word. I knocked homie out. You know what I mean? So I thought that was funny about Pac, yo, cause he was like, "Why you always gotta say word? Word, nigga, word."
They count.
I find that funny because it's an East Coast thing, right? It's a New York thing. Like it's like really, you know, but it's just another way of saying really.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I find that interesting.
Facts. Thank you.
So what is Kadada's like when Kadada she's sitting there, right? What is her reaction? Is she nonchalant? Is she excited? Is she scared? Is she
Suge Knight had police. He had fucking police. This shit is fact. He had fucking police. He had the police on his payroll and shit, bro. The fuck? Bro, what you talking about count for, bro? You talking about her? Why would she lie, bro? Why would she lie on her family member, bro?
A little more nonchalant, you know. She's not as boisterous as I am, and so Kadada was more, you know, quiet, laid back, and
wait till they get.
You know, she's his fiance, so she's just being, you know, cordial to his excitement and everything. You know what I mean? And not trying to, you know, she's just trying to be poised and collective for sure. Mm-hmm.
That's interesting you say that, because a lot of people once again see, look, Jamala, you doing a lot of clearing up.
I remember my man Jamala.
You're doing a lot of clearing up because you just said what a lot of people had doubted.
Mm-hmm.
So Kadada Jones, Quincy Jones's daughter, shout out to Kadada if she's listening. She was Tupac's fiance.
Somebody that's not a blood.
Yeah.
Not
Tupac plans was to marry Kadada that year. His plans was to buy the house because at that time they was just building up that area, Calabasas, Woodland Hills.
That what Puffy come involved.
They kind of like right next door to each other, so they was building homes.
Was terrorizing Puffy.
Pac had the house.
Every meeting, wherever Puffy was going to LA, Suge was showing up. So Diddy goddamn, he went to they rivals, the Crips. He wouldn't try to get them on their payroll.
That they had just built, and they was building homes across the street, next door. And Pac's plan was to buy the house across the street for his mother, the house next door for my mother. He wanted me to stay at the house where he's at in 4730 Azuzina Road, Calabasas, California. He wanted me there at that address, right? And you know, he had different projects coming up that he was working on. He wanted to start his own record company, record label. You know, he had other albums coming out that wasn't released yet. One of them was the Machiavelli album. If you think, that wasn't released till after Pac died. You know, he had the One Nation album that he was working on. Yeah, so many different projects that this brother had his hands on. You know what I mean?
Because you were close to him,
did
Tupac ever talk about wanting to leave Death Row or leaving Death Row, as you just mentioned that he was going to start his own record label and all of those things? Did he ever talk about that?
Yep. You want me to tell you a story?
Absolutely. That's what it's the art of dialogue.
I got a story. So
It's the art of dialogue.
So this could be a week or two prior to us going to Vegas, right? So we in the kitchen, and Pac is on the phone. I'm in the kitchen. Pac is in the kitchen, and the Outlaws. Everybody's scattered throughout the house, but Pac is on the phone, and this is what I seen with my own eyes. And Pac is going bananas, yo. He's wilding out. He's cussing out Death Row. Whoever, he didn't say, he just on the phone with somebody from Death Row camp.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going bananas. And all I hear him saying and screaming out is his masters, his masters. Yo, my brother head was sweating. He had veins popping out his neck, his head. He was at 10. And at that moment, I was scared. You know why? Because I thought that death was coming to the house to knock us all out. You know what I mean? Because again, we're in California.
Live, y'all think Tupac alive or dead, chat? I need y'all to put it in the chat. Alive? Or you think he gone? This say gone. Don't say dead. This say gone. In the chat, if y'all think Tupac dead or he gone.
We're around amongst people that we're not quite understanding their culture, their gang lifestyle and stuff, you know what I mean? Again, we're New Yorkers. I certainly don't understand it. So I was a little afraid, I must admit, and I thought that death was coming to the house to knock us all out. Straight up.
And so when you see Tupac on the phone, had you ever seen him like that before?
No, not like that. Nope. Not like where his veins is popping out his neck and out his bald head. No. Not that angry. And that's what scared me, because of the anger, the rage that he was pouring out. You know what I mean?
He never went.
And it was like where you
Queen, appreciate you joining the channel.
I was just standing there stiff. I didn't even want to walk past him while he's on the phone. It's like, let me just stand here until he get off the phone, because he was, like I said, he was at 10, and he was pissed off. And one of the main things that he was talking about,
it was like if she had to keep a promise to him. Like,
straight up.
Don't tell nobody.
So basically, Tupac was talking about wanting his masters and getting his masters.
You know what I mean?
And you said about a week, 2 weeks. That's consistent with what Yasmin talked about, because Yasmin talked about the fact that when Tupac wanted to get his music,
I hope so.
And they were on the set of a movie, and they wouldn't give him to him, and that's when he fired David Kenner and all of the other things, because they wouldn't give. So that is consistent. Your first-hand view of what you saw is consistent with what Yasmin said, and Tupac was going to leave Death Row.
So, and thank you for that confirmation. So now you can understand my observation when we did the pit stop, desert stop, and met with David Kenner on some secret code. And not Tupac met with David Kenner, Suge did. Suge got out the car to meet with David Kenner on that desert stop. Okay?
Wow. I think that's interesting. And you know why? Because at this particular time, unbeknownst to the world, and we know now, that David Kenner was fired. Because y'all are going to Vegas, and this is September what, 6th?
This is September 7th, the day of the fight.
The day of the fight.
My
okay.
birthday.
So at that particular time, when you said that happened, then David Kenner was in all actuality fired, and should have by then, all accounts, received the facts that Yasmin released. Yasmin released the facts showing that David Kenner was fired.
Yep.
This is groundbreaking.
Okay.
This is groundbreaking because no, in putting those two together, nobody ever knew that. Nobody ever knew about the pit stop. In regards to that, didn't really know about the situation with Tupac talking on the phone. So I thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
And also Yasmin, when she released the facts, you know, basically proving that Tupac was upset about the masters.
I hope so. I really do. If he is loud, do you think he can come back now in 2026? Or you think they'll still try to pursue it? You know what I'm saying? The government trying to still pursue him. He come back, but it can be like goddamn like he Jesus. So I ain't gonna lie to you, twin. I might be reaching, but you know what I'm saying? Everybody gonna be talking about that. I want to do Dr. Dre for some damn reason. But I'm gonna do that. Bro, you talking about that black? What's called type shit? I'm gonna do that shit tomorrow. Well, later on the day. I gotta make sure it's not his channel not copyrighted. Cause some of these creators, they be on this shit copyrighted. Like, so when you try to do their video and shit, that shit like it'll stop you from doing that shit. Cause they making money off that shit. If that makes sense.
Especially after finding out what Dre did behind his back when he caught Pac with those tapes. Interested in working with him. Pac,
no matter how dope he is, and Dre's one of my heroes in the music business, but I was like, no matter how dope he is, if he's not down for his homeboy, then I don't want to be a part of him. I don't want to be around.
Started music background playing.
Been there, done that, through with it.
I've seen them come, I've watched them go, watched them rise, witnessed it and watched them blow.
You know, you can't find somebody that can really rhyme, get in the studio and get down, and also be a good actor. You know, that's rare.
Bad, bro. What?
Get wrapped up in image and acting.
Rock like this. I'm on some MOB shit. I'm on a red rag. So, bam, they put a red rag on Pop.
You can try to play that gangster this shit, but we MOB for I'm real.
Get capped up and wrapped in plastic, zipped up in bags when it happens, that's it.
What he was saying about me is all hype because he knows absolutely nothing about me except what he hears and reads.
Yeah, now Dr. Ray, everybody been saying that now. You get that damn makeup on and it goddamn, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he was real. He was real.
Sit back and watch all these clowns out here.
Let's get to them. They playing too much music for me.
A year prior. His good friend Tretch from Naughty by Nature was in it as well. He was very close with ex-NWA member Eazy-E, who became Dr. Dre's biggest rival after he went to Death Row. Pac had already known him since 1990. He idolized him even more than Dr. Dre. Tretch would later ghostwrite for
I gotta do
Eazy-E.
NWA.
And
I don't know the history on NWA. I just know Eazy, Ice Cube, and Dr. Dre. I gotta do the history. I think when I go back to the 80s, when I start coming over to the 80s, I'm gonna start with NWA and their history and beef and Eazy versus Death Row. I'm gonna do that too.
Three started hanging out together. Pac also got close with the group Above the Law, which was signed to Eazy-E's label Ruthless Records.
I never heard Above
Pac
Law.
wanted Eazy-E to sign him as well. He was having difficulties with his second album at the time. It was supposed to be called Black Starry Night at first. On the album Are You Still Down, Remember Me. While working on Black Starry Night in 1992, the people from Interscope Records told him to change it. Then, as the recording process went on over the next few months, Pac decided to change the name to Troublesome 21. He was adding and removing songs.
Somebody said Eazy was realer than Pac, like far as what? Streetwise, yeah, probably so. Probably so. Like selling drugs shit, probably so. I don't even want to compare that shit because I like both of them.
Every time he went to the studio. The tracklist of the final version of the Troublesome 21 album was entirely different from the actual sophomore album that came out. Because Troublesome 21 was scrapped by Time Warner due to the outcry in the media over the lyrical content. Pac was really having difficulties with his career at the time. The censorship was one of the reasons why he tried to find a new label. He had a problem with Interscope telling him what to say and what not to say in his lyrics. He thought there was no censorship on labels like Ruthless Records and Death Row. That's why he tried to reach out to them, especially to Eazy-E's label Ruthless Records.
Oh, he was signed with, if he was signed to Eazy, they had a goddamn album together? Oh, Lord. Jesus.
He thought that was the best option at the time, because he was already cool with Above the Law and Eazy-E, who again were the enemies of Dre and Death Row Records. Pac more or less tried to prove Eazy-E his loyalty and convince him that he'll be a great addition to the label. He did a song with Above the Law called Call It What You Want. They also did a music video together in which Eazy-E was featured. That wasn't the first time Eazy appeared in a music video with Tupac. In 1990, Dre and E made a cameo appearance in the music video for the song Same Song. That was the first single Tupac was on. Between 1992 and 1993, Tupac and Above the Law performed the song Call It What You Want on different shows in LA. Pac got to hang out with the entire Ruthless crew, including Eazy-E. They would always talk bad about Dr. Dre and Death Row Records. Eazy-E was trying to motivate Tupac to go at Dr. Dre and his crew. Pac was a hothead and extremely loyal. He would always treat the rivals of his friends as his own enemies. In December 92, Dr. Dre dissed Eazy-E and the label Ruthless Records on the song Dre Day off the album The Chronic. Eazy-E asked Pac if he would diss Dre for him in exchange for him.
So who won the war between Dr. Dre versus Eazy? Who had the best diss song? I'm going with Eazy because when he killed that shit, he said, "Fuck Death Row, here comes my left blow." I said, "Oh shit, that beat hard as hell." Fuck, that beat hard as hell. That beat hard as fuck.
Getting signed to Ruthless Records, and Pac said yes. He was ready. He was already in F Dre mode, and he was looking for people to get back at Dre and to counter the diss track Dre Day. One day when Tupac, Eazy-E, Above the Law and Money B from Digital Underground were at a show in LA and were getting ready to perform on stage, somebody told them that the people from Death Row were in the same building. There was a little tension in the air and everybody thought that it would come to a fight, since the situation was so heated. Eazy-E was calm and relaxed and said, "If something happens, I got my thing." He pulled out his gun and was ready. Pac then pulled out a gun too, saying, "Yeah, I got my gun too," as if he's ready to shoot at the people from Death Row if it comes to a fight. The elevator doors open and they make eye contact with rapper and producer Warren G, who's actually Dr. Dre's stepbrother. But he wasn't really close with him back then. He was actually closer to Above the Law, who he was working with early on in his career.
Law, y'all.
Everybody had pulled off their guns because they expected to see Dre. But it was Warren G, so it didn't come to a fight. Warren G wasn't even the type to fight and argue with people. They exchanged words and everything was cool. Pac and Eazy-E had a falling out due to multiple reasons. The first being Pac deciding to record a song with Ice Cube called Last Words for his sophomore album, which finally got released on February 16th.
I still ain't heard the album. He got a song with Ice Cube? Damn, I gotta go listen to that shit.
In 1993 under a new name, after scrapping multiple songs and replacing them with new ones. Ice Cube was still an enemy of Ruthless Records and Eazy-E. Not only did he destroy NWA with his diss track No Vaseline, but E's homies from Above the Law had a fist fight with Cube and his crew, the Lynch Mob, in 1991. Eazy-E was actually working on a diss EP aimed at Cube, similar to the one he made for Dre, which is called It's On Dr. Dre 187 Killer. It came out on October 19th, 1993, and Cube was supposed to get dissed on a separate EP. Cube later even agreed to do an entire album called Helter Skelter with Dr. Dre, dissing Eazy-E.
That's fast.
So yeah, E was disappointed by Pac doing a song with him. And the second reason why E didn't really want to mess with Pac anymore was because he was starting to get too close with the people from Death Row.
I ain't got nothing against it. Look, I used to love Ice Cube and Dr. Dre, but they were hating on Pac, so I was like, shit, I stopped fucking with them motherfuckers like that. I ain't gonna lie to me. Ice Cube, y'all already know Ice Cube hated Pac. Pac because he was fucking with Yo-Yo, the rapper. So he got judges and shit, cop blocking. Y'all Dr. Dre, y'all gonna find out about Dr. Dre in this.
Dre and Eazy were enemies. Everyone on both labels was in war mode. So why would he try to work with or get close to not just one, but two of his enemies in the middle of a rap beef? After telling him that he would diss them, Dre dissed E on one of the most iconic battle records ever, and Cube did the same on No Vaseline a year prior, and Pac was trying to get close with both of them, even though he was yelling F Dre when E and Pac were hanging out together. So E was obviously confused and disappointed.
Damn.
Pac just wanted to take his career to the next level. He felt like Interscope was holding him back.
I see it.
So he tried to reach out and get close to all the giants in the industry. He tried to take every opportunity that came his way to finally blow up. He didn't even think that Eazy-E would take offense to it. Pac got close with Death Row around the time he started working on his third album, which was in 1993. He first met Snoop Dogg on July 21st, 1993, at the premiere for...
So what's the best diss song? The best diss song. Hit 'em Up or No Vaseline, y'all. Hit 'em Up or No Vaseline. Best diss song. Or you can add Easy song in there too.
Felt like Interscope was holding him back. So he tried to reach out and get close to all the giants in the industry. He tried to take every opportunity that came his way to finally blow up. He didn't even think that Eazy-E would take offense to it. Pac got close with Death Row around the time he started working on his third album, which was in 1993. He first met Snoop Dogg on July 21st, 1993, at the premiere for the movie Poetic Justice, which he played in a year prior. Turns out that the people from Death Row already had him on their radar at the time. Pac then started to hang out with Snoop Dogg, and then got introduced to the label boss Suge Knight, who offered him a record deal. They wanted to make a deal with Interscope and get all the music they recorded for Pac's third album and put it out on the label Death Row. Like mentioned earlier, Interscope was already causing trouble and refusing to put out Pac's music the way he wanted it to be, mainly because of his lyrical content, which they thought was too violent and controversial, especially his songs about crooked cops. They tried to censor him. Pac always wanted to be on Ruthless, but they weren't really making much of an effort to get him on their label. Eazy-E at the time had linked up with the rappers BG Knockout and Gangsta Dresta, so he didn't need a guy like Pac anymore to go at Dre. Gangsta Dresta and BG Knockout were taking care of that, so Ruthless Records wasn't really interested anymore. With Death Row, it was the other way around. They were the ones that reached out to Pac and offered him a record deal.
And I don't even picture myself to be like Dre or whatever. I just picture myself.
You got gun. Yeah, no, can't do that. And I want to hear what he said too. You got gun in that shit. I can't do that.
Do some shit.
The songs on the unreleased album Thugstyle came out posthumously in 1997 on the album Are You Still Down, Remember Me, which is a double album containing some of the unreleased songs he originally intended for his second album, Black Starry Nights, and also his third album, Thugstyle. Two projects that got scrapped and replaced by other albums. The album Thugstyle was originally scheduled for an early '94 release. He had songs on there like Thugstyle, Thug for Life, Is It Cool to F, and Time to Get My Drink On. Pac had handed in the final version of the project to Interscope, so that they can make copies of it and sell it in early '94. Somebody from Interscope then, for whatever reason, gave copies of the Thugstyle album to Dr. Dre, Suge, Snoop, and the Dogg Pound.
That's why I said all the motherfuckers. Everybody want to be like Pac, bro. Copy. Interscope was giving his fucking projects away. Like, why the fuck you gonna give somebody else your other shit?
Like mentioned earlier, there were plans of them signing Tupac to their label. So that might have been one of the reasons why they got copies in advance, more than half a year before the official release. Because this incident happened late summer, early autumn '93, when they were still working on Snoop's debut album, which ended up being Doggy Style. Doggy Style and Thugstyle. Now who copied whom? The singer Natasha Walker did the background vocals on Tupac's song Is It Cool to F, which again
Thugstyle and Doggy Style.
was on the Thugstyle album. And she confirmed that Snoop and the people from Death Row were biting Tupac.
I believe.
She walked
This
in on
nigga-
Corrupt and Daz Dillinger of the group The Dog Pound, which was signed to Death Row at the time, while they were listening to Tupac's upcoming album Thug Style. They had a copy of that album and were studying it, without Pac knowing about it. Listening to it during the recording sessions of Snoop Dogg's Doggy Style album, with Dre in the studio stealing ideas, cause he was the one producing the album. The singer Natasha Walker was confused, because Tupac didn't allow her to get a copy of the album yet. He feared that it would leak and be all over the place. So that's why he didn't want anyone who was on the album to have copies of it. But Interscope, for whatever reason, gave several artists on Death Row copies of the album. And according to Natasha Walker and the rapper Snoop G, they studied that album and used some of the rhymes, beats, slangs, and ideas on Doggy Style, which came out later that year on November 23rd.
That was wrong. We need to bring some of them, all them singers, all them women they used to sing on the songs back in the day, Tupac and other people's songs. They need to bring them back because they was killing this shit.
Before the planned release date of the album Thug Style, meaning Snoop Dogg would come out with Pac's ideas before him, making it seem like Pac is the one who drew inspiration from Snoop, even though it was the other way around. And nobody wanted to be labeled a biter back then, especially when you're the one who came up with all the ideas, and people try to use them before you. Pac had a line on MC Breed's song Gotta Get Mine, in which he said, I keep my mind on my money, money on my mind, which Snoop then copied on his hit single Gin and Juice off the upcoming album Doggy Style.
How long came out? 1993. Eat copycat bitches. Biggie, Jay-Z got a diss song against Tupac, and that was crazy. Everybody was coming at Pac, and Pac was handing them. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And they got out of jail. It was over with.
Gin and Juice is widely regarded as Snoop Dogg's best song. The album Doggy Style went to sell over 806,000 units in the first week alone, while Pac, with his second album that came out in the same year, only sold 38,000 units. Snoop sold over 25 times more records than him, while he's quote-unquote biting him. So of course Tupac was mad about it. They even stole the beat for G's and Hustlers off Snoop's album from Pac's song Lie to Kick It, which was produced by Warren G and recorded for the Thug Style album.
You ain't got to lie to kick it to the tricks in the I'll be getting switches.
This is for the G's and this is for the hustlers. This is for the hustlers, now back to the G's.
Pac's song also features the rapper Richie Rich, who was actually the first person to use that sample, back when he dropped the song Snitches and B with his group 415.
Caught a brother one day getting out of a cop car. I know there's more to come, but the few that have so far.
Both Warren G and Dr. Dre remade the beat that Richie Rich had in 1990. DJ Darrell, who was the producer of the group, was the first person to flip that sample. Tupac and Warren G wanted to do a tribute for them. That's why Warren G remade the beat so that Richie Rich can once again rap on the same beat, but this time with Tupac. The group 415 had a huge impact on rappers from the Bay Area.
I don't know these rappers.
Between the late 80s and early 90s, Tupac lived in Oakland, so he was a huge fan of them, just like Warren G. But Richie Rich was also his homie. There's footage of them together in the studio. This was before Dr. Dre copied that beat.
And I be picking up the slack. It's all you pop to the snail to grab the cat and the track.
Due to Snoop, the Dog Pound and Dr. Dre having a copy of Pac's album before its official release, they were able to listen to it and steal ideas from it. Dr. Dre stole his stepbrother Warren G's beats by flipping the sample the same way he did, but without telling them anything about it. Pac at this point was still trying to work out a deal with Death Row, but all eyes were on Snoop. He was the main priority on the label. So in
Fuck damn Snoop. I can't stand damn Snoop, bro. Word.
1993, they soaked up everything Pac had to offer at that time and gave it to Snoop, which of course infuriated him and made Pac not want to join Death Row anymore. Pac felt like everybody was stealing his ideas. Not only Dre.
He did. I ain't gonna lie. He did proven fact that they did bite off part though. I don't understand how that's misleading. It's not misleading. If you came out with the idea, that's like you come out with the idea. You at work, you come out. You come out with the idea. Then your say your team or your whoever working with you, they come and steal your same idea but get credit for it.
And the people from Death Row, but also the people on Bad Boy. Puffy somehow got his hands on the album as well. And they heard Tupac's Time to Get My Drink On, which they used for Biggie's Ready to Die album.
Dre flipped it in his own.
It came out a year later on September 13th, 1994. Chucky Thompson and Puff Daddy used the same sample from the Isley Brothers for Biggie's hit record Big Papa, during a time when Pac was having difficulties with Death Row. I will cover Tupac's beef with Biggie in the next video,
check out that video.
so stay tuned. Pac didn't want to sound like Snoop or Biggie, so he decided to scrap the whole album and start from scratch. Most of the songs on there didn't get released until after his death. For him, it felt like Death Row was trying to exploit and bully him, cause every time he had an idea, the people from Death Row were looking at him like a pack of hungry wolves that are ready to bite and rip off everything they can without Pac being able to do anything about it. So he felt betrayed and was fuming when Natasha Walker told him about it. He couldn't believe it. Snoop and the people from Death Row didn't necessarily have bad intentions. They just loved Pac's music and his style overall. But Snoop, just like Biggie and everyone else, wanted to put out the best music possible and make sure that he'll blow up. Instead of dropping a half-assed album that people quickly forget about due to strong competition on the East Coast, the people from Death Row wanted to put everything the West Coast had to offer at that time into one album, by spying on other West Coast artists to improve their music. They wanted the West Coast to take over and leave the East Coast behind, even though New York is the mecca of hip-hop. The objective was to leave a mark on the world and to shake up the game with every album, so that everybody remembers the names Dr. Dre, Snoop Doggy Dogg, and the Dogg Pound. They wanted to replace their rivals, Ruthless Records, as the face of West Coast hip-hop. And for that, they needed to drop more classic albums like The Chronic. They wanted to prove to Eazy-E that they're better off without him, by selling more on Death Row than on Ruthless Records. So that's why they were spying on Pac, who was just about to blow up, to use some of his momentum for themselves, so that they're the biggest thing in hip-hop.
I feel your opinion on that.
Pac scrapped the entire Thug Style album and decided to work on the Thug Life Group album instead. But he didn't want to release it on Death Row, as he felt like they were just trying to waste his time by making empty promises and screwing him over. Not because they wanted to harm him, but they were only thinking about themselves. They were actually trying to be cool with Pac, the whole time. Wanted to get even by featuring him on soundtracks and helping him financially. But Pac was annoyed by them, and thought that he'll just continue doing his own thing, without Dr. Dre and Death Row. He actually thought of working things out with Eazy-E and getting him to sign the group Thug Life to Ruthless Records.
I think, low key, I think he was jealous. Snoop Dogg was jealous because like he been saying right now, Snoop Dogg was the main star on Death Row. So when Pac came, shit, he might give a damn about no damn Snoop Dogg like that. They did be real. When Snoop Dogg came, Tupac came to Death Row, then he might give a damn about Snoop Dogg like that.
Late 93, Eazy-E signed the group Bone Thugs and Harmony, since him and his manager Jerry Heller thought that it would turn out to be a highly lucrative deal. They got rid of a lot of the older artists on that label and wanted to focus on Eazy-E's solo career and also on Bone Thugs and Harmony. At this point in time, Pac was still trying to put together not only his third album, but also a group album with Thug Life. Like mentioned earlier, they created multiple versions between 1993 and 1994, which either got rejected by Interscope or scrapped by Tupac himself. But until early 94, Pac would reach out to Eazy-E in hope that he could get himself a deal, so that Thug Life gets signed to the label, and that Eazy-E puts an end to the censorship of Pac's music. because he felt like Interscope was holding him back.
Yeah.
That he can't express himself the way he wants. Again, Pac wanted to join the
Definitely
label
replaced.
that was repeatedly dissing Death Row and Dr. Dre, promising Eazy-E that he would help him out and
Yeah,
diss
for
them as
real,
well.
bro.
He sent him one
Me
of the
too.
earlier versions of the Thug Life album, which E and his girlfriend Tomika Woods listened to. Eazy-E's girlfriend later became the CEO of the company. She told Eazy-E
When
that she
when I was growing up, I thought Tupac. I mean not Tupac, but Snoop Dogg was the hardest motherfucker. I thought he was real gangster type shit. Till I just till I got older and I started to see like, damn. Then I found out he got somebody shot at him in New York and he got cool with the motherfucker and shit like over Pop, and Pop came to your court dates and shit when you was getting locked up. Like emo. No.
doesn't like Tupac's
Y'all about to get me
music,
started. Yeah,
and
y'all about
that
to get me
Bone Thugs and
started.
Harmony is better. That Bone Thugs is a better group than Thug Life.
Yeah, they is
During
bad,
those
bro.
days, Pac also had a lot of negative press and drama surrounding him, especially the Ayanna Jackson assault case, which could get him some jail time. Why would you sign a guy who's about to go to prison? That's what they thought. Eazy-E's manager Jerry Heller thought that Pac would only cause trouble, and that signing him would only be a waste of money. According to
crazy.
Eazy-E's then
Yo, yeah,
girlfriend
man, the biggest
Tomika
thing in the
Woods,
world.
Pac went to E's house, knocked on the door, and asked him to sign him. But Eazy-E said no and closed the door. That was their last conversation. Pac got mad when he heard Bone Thugs and Harmony for the first time, and thought that they were biting him. Two groups with the word thug in their name: Bone Thugs and Harmony and Thug Life.
I know people looking on TV, they going, wait a minute. Didn't I already hear a group called Thug something? I already heard about some kind of thug something on TV. Who is Thug Life? This the original. We are the original thugs. I want it to be real again.
Y'all think Bone Thugs and Harmony were biting Tupac? Let me know. Y'all think they were biting Tupac? The Thug Life name? Snoop be doing some shady shit. Then, yeah, they don't put that baby oil on. Did he put that baby oil on? You know what I'm saying? We had the perm out and shit.
After that, there were no plans of working with Ruthless Records. But in 1994, the people from Death Row kept reaching out to him and wanted to put his music on movie soundtracks. This was not only an opportunity for him to get free promo, but he would also get paid for the individual songs instead of releasing an entire album on the label. So he would work with Death Row without being signed to that label. This way he could continue releasing albums on Interscope while occasionally working with Death Row as a side hustle, cause he wasn't really trusting them after they sabotaged his third album. According to his family, Tupac didn't really want to sign to Death Row anymore in 1994. So the plans they had in 93 of him joining the label were a thing of the past now. Only work he did for Death Row in 94 was him handing in a couple of songs and then getting paid for them by Suge Knight. He gave them the songs Pour Out a Little Liquor, Pain, and Loyal to the Game for the Above the Rim soundtrack, which was released on March 22nd, 1994. 7 days prior to the release of the soundtrack, meaning on March 15th, Pac went to the Above the Rim release party and met Dre, Snoop, The Dog Pound, The Lady of Rage, and Jewel from Death Row. Pac then continued to work on the group album Thug Life, and also on his third studio album, while facing assault charges which could get him locked up for a couple of years. He wanted to record as much music as possible.
Look how she looking at that motherfucker. She's, I'm gonna get your ass. I'm gonna get your ass, Tupac. You don't like me like that? I'm gonna get your ass. Look how she looking.
In fear that he won't be able to release music and make money while he's locked up.
Save his life.
On April 25th, 1994,
they the first Migos
both
to me.
Tupac and Dr. Dre attended the 94 Source Awards in New York. Dre and Snoop won most of the awards that night, but they had a feeling that the people from the East Coast had a problem with them. Because the only rappers from the East Coast who won awards that night were A Tribe Called Quest, the Wu-Tang Clan, and KRS-One. The rappers on the West Coast, however, won 7 awards in total. 3 for Dr. Dre, 2 for Snoop, 1 for MC8, and 1 for Ice Cube. So rap fans from New York were upset that the West Coast took over. They were outshining the rappers on the East Coast, like for example the New York rap group Onyx, which was nominated in 5 categories, but they didn't win in any of them, even though they were
Say, who was Honest? Who was D-Boy? I never heard them.
Most hyped rap group at that point in time. I mean, they went platinum in just 7 months. Not even the Wu-Tang Clan was selling that much. The audience, which was of course filled with New Yorkers, had a problem with the West Coast winning more awards than the people from the East Coast. So they started booing them. And on top of that, when the New York rap group A Tribe Called Quest won the award for Best Artist of the Year in the group category, and then attempted to hold a speech giving props to the pioneers of hip-hop, Tupac all of a sudden interrupted them by rushing the stage with like 100 people rapping the song Out on Bail in front of them, while they were in the...
She was only 19, so how the fuck she getting a video like that? That's what I want to understand. She was only 19.
Middle of their speech. The whole time A Tribe Called Quest was standing there in shock, not knowing what to do for like 3 minutes straight, as if they are held hostage by a group of thugs. Tupac had a super aggressive delivery during that performance, yelling "Thug Life" and "F y'all mother effers" before throwing away the microphone. As if he caused chaos and sabotaged the show intentionally, to scare and humble A Tribe Called Quest and the people from the East Coast, showing them that he doesn't respect them. Q-Tip supposedly cried when that happened. Though. But Pac didn't do it on purpose.
I know Q-Tip.
His music started playing, so he got on stage thinking it's time to perform. There was a heated back and forth behind the scenes between rappers from the East Coast and from the West Coast. And Tupac had to explain himself because everybody thought that he did it on purpose. He met Dre there too, and Dre was annoyed by how people from the East Coast treated them. So when he got back to LA, he recorded the intro to the Murder Was the Case soundtrack, in which he was more or less dissing the East Coast. He also gave Tupac's group Thug Life a shout-out. After that whole incident with A Tribe Called Quest, Death Row still wanted to sign him.
Said Source Award started off.
What's up? This is Dr. Dre.
Ooh, now I think about it, hell yeah.
Album, there's a few things I gotta say. Now I just got a tape of the 1994 Source. And for everybody that wasn't there or didn't hear about it, a lot of niggas from the East Coast was talking ish about where hip hop started, who's running hip hop, and all this ish.
First of all, I'd like to thank and dedicate this to DJ Kool Herc for starting hip hop, which a lot of motherfuckers out there and the rest of the other side of the world, wherever, don't know about. So I definitely want to dedicate that to him, the African Bambaataa, and all the crews that started hip hop.
Y'all in the mood and not giving a fuck, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what's happening with all this East Coast, West Coast, you know what I'm saying? It's like this. All this bullshit, y'all shit is dope, y'all shit is
He
dope,
tried to say
don't
something.
deny it.
He got cut out.
Cocaine.
Now check this out. If you ain't down with Death Row, the Dog Pound, Thug Life, the motherfucking Lynch Mob, the West Coast, my niggas down south, or anybody trying to keep hip hop music alive.
Death Row! Yo, that Thug Life for non-folk beyond.
The intro got scratched from the soundtrack and Pac didn't get to hear it.
Shit too, bro.
Then in July '94, Pac got into a disagreement with Dre's homie Ice Cube, with whom he was working on an album together called Helter Skelter. Years after the two went their separate ways when NWA disbanded. I covered Pac's beef with Cube in my beef analysis video.
Y'all make sure y'all check it out if y'all haven't seen it. We already on covered on Ice Cube versus Tupac. But y'all can go to Hip Hop Universe.
Recommend you checking out. It explains why Pac lost respect for all his idols from NWA.
I did too.
Cube sabotaged a song he was working on called Dear Mama in July '94, at a time when Pac didn't really know what to do with his third album. He wasn't sure which direction to take, after scrapping earlier versions of the album. He was evolving so fast as an artist that every album he worked on sounded different compared to the previous one. His music was a reflection of his life, and he went through many ups and downs in a very short amount of time. That's why every album follows a different theme. Thug Style was supposed to be his third album. After scrapping and redoing the project, it sounded nothing like what he had originally envisioned for the follow-up of his sophomore album. His music became a lot more serious, And most of those old tracks didn't match the overall theme and sound of the new ones. With songs like Dear Mama, So Many Tears, Me Against the World, Lord Knows, and If I Die Tonight. They don't sound like anything from the Thug Style album, so he couldn't use any of those songs, or else the album would be all over the place.
I mean, you
His music
you Dear Mama now. Dear Mama, that shit. So Many Tears too. That's my shit too.
became more poetic and meaningful. People like Dre and Snoop were part of the reason why Pac had to constantly reinvent himself, in order to not sound like a biter or an unoriginal copycat. He wanted to make sure that he dropped something fresh, original and unique, without the people from Death Row being able to copy it. So he made a personal and introspective album that revolves around the problems he's facing right now. He had a lot on his mind back then. The Ayanna Jackson assault case, gangsters like Haitian Jack threatening him, the problems he had with the police, him thinking that people will come to kill him. That's why his music became so serious. He changed the track list, the concepts, the themes, and even the name of the album, again and again, not knowing what to do, cause it obviously had to be better than the one he scrapped. He went from Thug Style to Thug for Life, to Street Fame, to Troublesome, to Stay True, to Are You Still Down, to Me versus the World, and then finally to Me Against the World. Pac's style and sound was changing drastically, from the original Thug Style album to the Me Against the World project.
I knew somebody gonna say that name.
Because this could have been his last album, depending on the outcome of the assault case. And Pac still had a lot of things that he wanted to say, at a time when he felt that the whole world was against him. In August '94, he then recorded the song Life's So Hard, thought of adding it to the Thug Life album, which was supposed to drop a month later. The beat was originally done by his best friend Big Stretch from the Life Squad, but then the people from Death Row once again got their hands on Pac's unreleased music, without him knowing. Snoop and the rapper Swoop G listened to the original version of the song Life's So Hard in Snoop's Chevy Suburban, and they loved it. According to Swoop G, they always studied Tupac style to use it for their own music, and Pac really had a problem with it.
Nobody's not original in these motherfuckers. Everybody on the copy Pac. For real, 47 albums, god damn.
That. Like mentioned earlier, Interscope always gave copies of Pac's unreleased music to the people from Death Row, without Pac knowing. Tupac actually started fights with the people from Interscope because of that, and they always told him that they didn't leak his music. So either they were lying, or Death Row had a spy at Interscope working for them. They then reached out to him again and convinced him to do a remix for the song Life's So Hard for the Murder Was a Case soundtrack. And Dre was listed as the executive producer of that album. According to the rapper Swoop G, Pac was in the studio with Snoop and the Dog Pound when they made the remix for the song. They used the beat by Daz Dillinger from the Dog Pound, which in my opinion ruined the whole vibe of the song. It was all over the place, but they thought it was the right move, since the production was originally handled by East Coast rap artist Big Stretch. So the song had an East Coast vibe to it.
Oh, fuck Big Stretch.
They wanted to do it Death Row style with a West Coast sound. The East-West rivalry was a thing even back then, and the people on Death Row wanted their music to sound different from rappers on the East Coast. They always had outstanding, unique and trend-setting production that was very influential for the artists on the West Coast. So they wanted to add a funky West Coast twist to Life's So Hard, but that song in particular was ruined in the process. They re-recorded the intro, outro and the verses. Snoop also added background vocals and ad-libs in the end. The song was originally supposed to be dark, sad, emotional, introspective, heartfelt and deep. But they tried to turn the song into a West Coast banger, with a funky beat and an aggressive vocal delivery, which didn't even fit the content of the lyrics and the theme of the song. It's like using the vocals for Brenda's Got a Baby over the beat for two of America's Most Wanted, rapping aggressively like...
I'm gonna search for you, bro. Cause I don't believe it's not Tupac, bro. Cause I had somebody in the lab chat tell me that shit. I think them are two different persons though. He just similar his ass. What is that, Ali? I forgot his damn name already. Hold on, where his name at? I forgot his damn name. They fed. Cause I know you gonna keep spamming that shit. Hello, Dan, can we go to him? I don't think it's Tupac, bro. I ain't even kept to you. Hell no. What y'all think, chat? Oh shit, I did not mean to click on that. So y'all think it's Tupac? Oh, I got AI mode. What the fuck is AI mode? Over 30 years, no. April 2000, 1970. You mean tell me he was born, he a year older than Tupac? And he was born before Tupac. He was born, I don't know, bro. I'm trying to tell you that. I don't think they Tupac, man. These proven facts, bro. Like, that nigga was born a year before him. Tupac was born. Hold on. Tupac born in 1971. He was born in 1970, bro. That can't be the same person, bro. Now they were born the same year. I can see your argument.
Icon hit him up. Tupac only did the remix because he needed the money. He probably knew that the remix is terrible. And the worst part is that Snoop and the Dogg Pound didn't speak up when they ruined the song. Cause they actually loved the original version of it. They once again sabotaged him, even if they didn't mean to. That Cheap Daz remix was so bad that they didn't even use it for the soundtrack. And they couldn't use it for the Thug Life album either, because the soundtrack came out after the group album. It could have been one of Tupac's greatest songs. The original version is actually Idi Amin's favorite Pac song of all time. Idi is Tupac's brother-in-law and one of the members of Pac's group Dramacidal, which later became Outlaws. But Pac was still paid somewhere between $200,000 and $250,000 for that remix.
Y'all watch this real quick.
By Suge Knight himself, even though it was never used on the official soundtrack release. It was later added to the soundtrack for his posthumously released movie Gang Related in 1997, when they were trying to put out as much material as possible during a time when the rap world was craving for unreleased music by one of their deceased legends. But back in '94, everyone was shocked that Pac got that check. He wasn't even signed to Death Row at the time, and got that much money for just one song. It even surprised Snoop and the Dogg Pound, because according to Swoop G, they never got that much money while being on Death Row. That was Suge's way of showing Pac that he's appreciated, and that they really care about him. After the whole thing with the cancelled Thug Style album, and after all the shady things they did behind the scenes, with them listening to all his unreleased material for inspiration. Suge really loved Pac. They weren't even that close in the beginning, but the two had chemistry. They could tell that they're very similar, and had respect for each other. Shook himself said that he saw himself in Pac, and that Pac is the rap version of himself. Pac was really thankful for the money. He was going broke because of the heavy spending and also because of the lawyer fees for the Ayanna Jackson assault case. Shook helped him out when no one else did, so he quickly forgot about them spying on him and messing up his third album. Shook told him that he wants the group Thug Life on Death Row to compete against Bone Thugs-n-Harmony on Ruthless Records. Him and Shook really got along, but Pac wanted to put out his next 2 records on Interscope first and see where it goes. He felt like this whole back and forth with him trying to find a new label was a waste of time. He had the assault case to worry about and didn't want the song because they actually loved the original version of it. They once again sabotaged him, even if they didn't mean to. That Cheap Daz remix was so bad that they didn't even use it for the soundtrack. And they couldn't use it for the Thug Life album either, because the soundtrack came out after the group album. It could have been one of Tupac's greatest songs.
Tupac got a son?
The original version is actually Idi Amin's favorite Pac song of all time. Idi is Tupac's brother-in-law and one of the members of Pac's group Dramacidal, which later became Outlaws. But Pac was still paid somewhere between $200,000 and $250,000 for that remix by Suge Knight himself, even though it was never used on the official soundtrack release. It was later added to the soundtrack for his posthumously released movie Gang Related in 1997, when they were trying to put out as much material as possible during a time when the rap world was craving for unreleased music by one of their deceased legends. But back in '94, everyone was shocked that Pac got that check. He wasn't even signed to Death Row at the time, and got that much money for just one song. It even surprised Snoop and the Dogg Pound, because according to Swoop G, they never got that much money while being on Death Row.
You say he admitted, bro. If he did admit it, he probably doing that shit so he can get hype. You know, some people, oh shit, people think I look like Tupac. Shit, the hell yeah, I'm gonna say, yo, I admit it, I am Tupac. Especially if he got an album or something coming out.
That was Shook's way of showing Pac that he's appreciated and that they really care about him. After the whole thing with the cancelled Thug Style album, and after all the shady things they did behind the scenes with them listening to all his unreleased material for inspiration. Shook really loved Pac. They weren't even that close in the beginning, but the two had chemistry. They could tell that they're very similar and had respect for each other. Shook himself said that he saw himself in Pac, and that Pac is the rap version of himself. Pac was really thankful for the money. He was going broke because of the heavy spending and also because of the lawyer fees for the Ayanna Jackson assault case. Shook helped him out when no one else did, so he quickly forgot about them spying on him and messing up his third album.
You know what the fuck he's doing.
Shook told him that he wants the group Thug Life on Death Row to compete against Bone Thugs-n-Harmony on Ruthless Records. Him and Shook really got along, but Pac wanted to put out his next 2 records on Interscope first and see where it goes. He felt like this whole back and forth with him trying to find a new label was a waste of time. He had the assault case to worry about and didn't want to push back his albums again. He didn't want to sign to a different label when he already recorded over 100 songs on Interscope that need to be put out. So Pac felt like he should stay on Interscope for a bit, so that he didn't waste his time there the past 2 years with him coming up with one album concept after another and then never releasing any of it. The Thug Life album then came out on September 26, 1994, but it only had 10 songs on it. A lot of the tracks he recorded didn't make the cut due to Interscope having a problem with them. After that, on October 18th, the Murder Was the Case soundtrack came out, but without Life So Hard. On October 20th, they then invited him to the music video shoot for the song Natural Born Killers. The cameo was their way of showing Pac that he is an honorable member of the Death Row family, cause they removed him from the soundtrack even though they wanted to show the world that he's part of the team. So they put him in the music video instead. The song was a collaboration between Dr. Dre and Ice Cube, who were working on the album Helter Skelter together, which never came out. Like mentioned earlier, Pac wasn't really cool with Cube at the time. There was a little friction between them because of the song Dear Mama. Dr. Dre and Cube weren't really his friends. They were business partners at best, because neither Cube nor Dre cared about collaborating with him. On November 30th, 1994, he was shot at the Quad Studios in New York. I covered this in my video, The Reason Why Tupac Got Shot 5 Times. You should definitely check it out.
Y'all make sure y'all check that
On
out.
February 7th, 1995, Tupac was then sentenced to 1.5 to 4.5 years in prison on abuse charges. His third studio album, Me Against the World, was then released a month later on March 14th, 1995. The album went platinum in just a month. So that was Pac's side of the story. All the way up until he got incarcerated. In order to understand both sides and to find out why Dre ended up leaving Death Row shortly after Pac got signed to the label, we have to take a look at what happened behind the scenes between Dr. Dre and his partner Suge Knight. Dre was serving a 5-month jail sentence between 94 and 95 for drunken driving and probation violation. On January 27th, 1991, he had physically assaulted MTV personality D. Barnes, and 7 months later, in August 91, he was placed on 2 years probation. Then in June 93, he pleaded no contest to battery charges stemming from an attack on a Woodland Hills man, who claimed that Dr. Dre broke his jaw. He was given a 90-day jail sentence. On January 10th, 1994, he was then arrested again after a high-speed chase through Beverly Hills in his 1987 white Ferrari for driving with twice the legal limit in California. The case for drunken driving marked Dre's third conviction on a misdemeanor offense since 1991, and was also in violation of his probation from a 1993 battle.
I don't believe that, but it's Tupac, man. A word. I just seen that shit. That nigga was born a year before Tupac. He's not Tupac, bro. I don't care if he admitted that shit or not, bro. He's not Tupac, bro. That shit is proven fact that it's two different people, bro. One born in 1970, one born in 1971. It's two different people, bro. It's not the same people.
Conviction. He violated the condition of his parole and was sentenced to 5 months in prison on August 30th, 1994. Dre had a huge drinking problem around that time, which also ruined his relationship with his fiancée Michelle A., who was a singer signed to Death Row Records. The two had been dating since 1988, since the NWA days, and had a 4-year-old son called Marcel. He was Michelle A's first and Dr. Dre's 6th child. They had tons of ups and downs during their relationship, since both of them had to deal with addiction. Their relationship became more strained due to Dre's drinking problem, infidelity, and volatile behavior. He would always cheat on her with groupies and girls he met at parties. Michelle A. has stated that Dre was physically abusive throughout their relationship. Her injuries included a broken nose, which she had to have surgically corrected, a cracked rib, and 5 black eyes.
God damn.
There was even an argument where Dre shot at Michelle A., missing her by inches. She left the bullet in the door for him to see, and according to her, Dre never tried to shoot at her again. But the beatings continued, and she began to self-medicate with pills and alcohol. Suge then tried to help her when Dre had left Michelle A. and the baby for weeks without money or a car to go get food, and Suge took over for him, got real close with her, took care of the child, gave Michelle A. money, bought her and the kid groceries and things they needed to survive, fixed a lot of her problems.
Yeah. Keep talking about Tupac and shit. What name is? That's a group or that's a fucking person? Damn, they pulled that shit right off fast. Goddamn, they knew I was looking for that bitch. Who the fuck? How this fucking Tupac? That's the name of the group. Y'all nigga tripping. Y'all bugging, bro. Y'all bugging. How can that be the same person? They born two different Days, bro. Now, I can see who born like the same year, around the same year as Tupac. But the same one born before the other one, I don't know.
Like, for example, bills that Dre forgot to pay, because of which Michelle Lay and their son were trapped in the mansion with no electricity, lights, and ways to cook food, all while Dre was away. Before he got locked up, he was out partying with other girls. Michelle Lay later understood that these girls could have been sent by Suge to Dre in order to manipulate her, making it seem like Suge is the white knight and Dre is just a scumbag who would rather spend his time with girls than with his child and fiancée. Suge was trying to sleep with her, even though she was Dre's fiancée.
Oh, I'm about to get the fuck out live, bro. They watching my ass. Hell no, y'all get me in trouble and shit. Hell nah, twin. That motherfucker pulled that. Soon I put Jay in, that motherfucker pulled that motherfucker quick, twin. I'm like, what the hell?
And Dre was Suge's partner. They both co-owned the company. Michelle Lay, for example, needed groceries and diapers for the kids, which Suge always bought for her. He used Dre's irresponsibilities to his advantage to get closer to Michelle Lay. At Michelle Lay's shows, Dre was hugging and kissing other girls in front of her. Suge then tried to gain sympathy points by throwing the girls out, as a way to show Michelle Lay that unlike Dre, he cares for her, while Dre tries to use every opportunity to cheat. Suge would buy her jewelry and presents every Christmas, and also on her birthdays, even though he was married to a woman named Sharitha. Every time Michelle Lay told Suge, I don't know where Dre is, Suge would respond, well, I do, telling her that he's spending time with other girls. Back then she thought Suge was just trying to be a good friend for both, trying to keep both sides happy. But after 20 years she came to the conclusion that he was just trying to manipulate her. Her and Suge had an affair and a secret relationship between 94 and 95. They slept together behind Dre's back.
Yeah, well, I forgot who said in the chat. You think Suge and Tupac were best friends? Somebody said that in the chat earlier. Motherfucker, you did that shit, Dre. His baby mom
was outside partying, working on music, or spending time in jail. Michelle Lay told Dre nothing about it, and still wanted to get married to him. Before going to jail, Dre's best friend and assistant, Bruce Williams, had hooked him up with a woman called Nicole, who Dre met at a nightclub. Dre wasn't out looking for love or for the right person that night. He just saw her and asked her for a number, with a cocky look on his face. Nicole said no, but Dre pursued and wanted to get to know her. With the help of his best friend Bruce Williams, he was able to send her romantic letters, and Nicole was later convinced to give him a chance. At the time she was actually married to the basketball player Sadil Threat, but she was unhappy in her marriage and cheated on him. According to Dre, him and Nicole started dating shortly before he turned himself in because of the probation violation, which got him 5 months in jail. Nicole's family didn't really like Dre and thought he was a troublemaker, but Nicole wanted to be with him instead of her husband, and even visited Dre in jail, while Dre's fiancée was cheating on him with his partner Suge Knight. They both co-owned Death Row. In jail, Dre thought about all the people that were around him, who he could trust and who really cared for him. Nicole and his best friend Bruce Williams, who will both play a huge role later on in the story, were always there for him. But neither Snoop nor the Dog Pound paid him a visit for 5 months straight, until he came out in 1995. In jail, he also heard that his old friend and rival Eazy-E was dying of AIDS.
Oh, you said that's a man? That motherfucker did have a long ass jaw, didn't she? That motherfucker, I was looking at that jaw the whole time. I was like, damn, she got a big ass jaw.
And lying in the hospital. So he went there and paid him a visit. There he also met Ice Cube, who didn't visit him in jail either. While Dre was locked up in 95, Michelle Lay's problems with alcohol really got out of control. They always had to keep an eye on her as if she's a problematic teenager. She fell in love with the singer Montel Jordan and tried to get physical with him at a party, around the time when his platinum single This Is How We Do It came out. The Death Row head of security, Reggie Wright, who was keeping an eye on her, noticed what she was doing and reported it to Suge. She later did the same thing to Tupac, touching his belly, rubbing his arms and head, hugging him, and a lot of people on death row thought that she was trying to seduce them. But they kept quiet, thinking that it would come to a fight between Dre and Suge, which could lead to the dissolvement of the label.
Damn.
Reggie told Suge she was trying to holler at Montel Jordan, and Suge said, "What? Really?" Suge was worried because he cared for her. The next day he asked Reggie again. He was a little jealous. "Hey Reg, what you tell me about Michelle A and Montel Jordan?" Michelle A then begged Reggie to not tell him. Suge then tried to get closer and closer to her. Dre didn't find out until the beginning of '96. Until then the relationship continued. But Dre also had other things to worry about. Between '93 and '95, Dre not only had to deal with all the legal problems, his alcohol addiction and the issues with his label, which mostly revolved around Suge and his gang, the Mob Piru, terrorizing the industry and creating a frightening environment for all the artists on the label, so that everyone is too scared to come to work, in fear that they might get harmed. But Dre also had hit a dead end with his career, since none of the projects he was working on materialized, during a time when everybody expected him to drop the next game-changing album.
Was I the only one growing up thinking Dr. Dre was a full rapper? He was a rapper and he do beats at the same time. I did not know he had ghostwriters, bro. I know I wasn't the only one. Suge was in his feelings because he was messing with her. You talking about Dr. Dre? I don't think Dr. Dre gave a damn, to be honest.
A sequel to The Chronic, or an NWA reunion. There were rumors that Death Row was running out of money because of all the heavy spending, mostly on Suge's part. So they needed the next big hit to get back on their feet. A lot of artists weren't getting paid what they were supposed to, and the label was only able to release 2 albums since 1992, which wasn't enough to generate enough money for the label to survive. And because of the Eazy-E beef, people were losing faith in him, saying that he fell off, that he's not a gangster like he claims he is, and that he can't drop another album on the level of The Chronic, with a song that's as dope as Nothing But a G Thing. He couldn't deal with the pressure,
I never heard
which is why it took him so long to drop his second album, a project that's worth being in the same conversation as The Chronic and Doggy Style. He was working on his second solo album, and also his collab album with Ice Cube,
yeah, me too.
which got cancelled after he went to jail. Some people said that his creativity was at an all-time low, that he wasn't the same musical genius that he was when he made the 2 NWA albums, The Chronic and Doggy Style. He would let his co-producers do most of the work and would take credit for work that other people did, beats made by lesser-known producers. He would take full credit for them. And from a rapping perspective, his most loyal ghostwriter, the DOC, decided to leave the label and diss Dre for not getting paid what he was supposed to get. Him and Dre always felt uncomfortable when going to the studio because of all the Mob Piru members that Suge brought there. The DOC would always carry a gun with him when going to the studio. He always felt unsafe and had to be ready at all times. Just like Dre.
Damn.
He wasn't a gangster. The DOC even said that doing jail time was easier than doing studio time at Death Row. So it makes sense why Dre himself didn't want to work there anymore. But the DOC was also mad at Dre for not getting paid for his work. He had been writing lyrics for him since the late 80s, would always risk his life by working in a dangerous environment that he didn't feel comfortable in, just to get exploited and threatened. So in late '94, the DOC took the lyrics and concepts from Dre and Cube's unreleased album Helter Skelter and left the label. Dre was left with basically nothing. And the DOC, who was trying to make a comeback following a car crash which severely damaged his vocal cords, decided to work on his own Helter Skelter album, keeping the name just to spite Dre, who always relied on other people to make hit records. Snoop and the Dogg Pound wanted to put out their own records without Dre's involvement, like the upcoming Dogg Pound album Dog Food and Snoop's sophomore album The Dogfather. Snoop and the Dogg Pound didn't visit Dr. Dre while he was in jail, and after he came out, they weren't too close.
going through
Dre
it.
had already
Yeah.
found
I
a new
know.
team and didn't really need them. He had people like Jay Flex and Sam Snead. Jay Flex wrote Dre's verses on Keep the Heads Ringing, Natural Born Killers, and also on California
About
Love.
the song, the video, we go over and stream. I'm gonna do it on TikTok. I'm gonna do it like a live on TikTok. I'm gonna do like I can't do it on YouTube, but I'm gonna do it on TikTok. I'm gonna go over the albums. I never get it. Y'all said fire like the Chronic, like 92 and 91 on Chronic. We'll do that versus another album. They just do that shit on TikTok. I'm gonna start doing that like Tupac Machiavelli, let's say Life After Death versus Machiavelli. We'll play Machiavelli. We'll play song for song. We'll play one from Biggie shit, then we play one for Tupac shit, then we do it like that. We're gonna do a verse battle. Review. Song by song.
Keep the Heads Ringing
that
and
on
Natural
TikTok.
Born Killers were also co-produced by Sam Snead. And they were supposed to work on Dre's next solo album. Snoop and the Dogg Pound weren't supposed to be on it. Dre kept distancing himself from the label and also from its artists. In summer '95, while Tupac was still in prison, Suge finally convinced him to join the label. But for that, they had to bail him out first. Suge first announced his plans of bringing Tupac to Death Row on August 3rd during the '95 Source Awards, and then negotiated a deal with him while he was in prison.
What that girl we were looking at? Oh, yeah, we see her. There she go. And she still, man. There she go. That's who we just talking about. That last interview, if y'all been in, still was in. When we looked at the interview of his ex-girlfriend, there she go right there. And she still look the same though.
Part of the 3-album contract was that Dre would take care of the production on all those projects, and Pac was really looking forward to working with him. Part of the reason why he joined was because of Dre's production.
You think so,
But
Johnny?
Death Row was also the only label that offered to bail him out.
She only had 2
Suge
albums.
had more or less taken over Dre's role as the talent scout for the label. He would start signing people without Dre knowing about it. I mean, the two were co-owning the company. And with Dre's alcohol problem, him going to jail and being on house arrest, Suge more or less had to take over for him. The show must go on. They couldn't just stop running the company. But Dre felt some type of way about it.
Yeah, that's her. That was
Since
her.
he was losing importance within the label, in all fields. On a business level, his role as a talent scout, a manager, him being the executive producer of every album, being in the studio with all the artists to make sure that the music is on point and to give feedback, and also on a music level, since he wasn't producing as much as he used to. Suge wanted to be the executive producer now of every album, and Daz Dillinger more or less became the main producer of Death Row, since Dre refused to come to Can-Am Studios. Daz and Suge were doing his work, so the label was already a mess. And now the hothead Pac comes in, expecting to work with Dre.
Why everybody say
Some
that?
say that Dre.
Fuck, he's a hothead. You about to piss me fuck me. You about to fall out. You better not never say that shit in your goddamn life again, bitch.
Dre didn't really care about Tupac getting bailed out and signed to Death Row, while others say that he wasn't happy about it as the label was already out of control, fearing that Pac is the straw that breaks the camel's back, so to speak, cause he was not only a troublemaker and a hothead, but also had tons of cases and problems with the police, on top of everyone else's legal issues like Snoop's, for example.
How you gonna be, if he was worried about it, how you gonna be, he need to look at himself, he up there beating women and shit, you know what I'm saying? Shooting at his baby mama and stuff. Hello, we ain't gonna slide past like you didn't say that.
Who still had to deal with the murder case. Dre himself was under house arrest because of the probation violation. He was afraid that Death Row would slowly start to fall apart due to the heavy gang presence, the security getting replaced with gang members and troublemakers, court cases mounting up, the heavy spending to maintain a lavish and luxurious lifestyle with parties every week, artists being too lazy to put out music so that the label can generate income to actually balance the expenses, and overall it just felt like the people weren't getting paid what they were supposed to. Suge was giving rappers pocket money and luxury cars, which were still property of Death Row Records, instead of giving them the millions of dollars they've made for the label.
See, that way you don't
According
know.
to the singer
They didn't
Terrell, Suge was paying random women who agreed to sleep with him in exchange for him making them famous more money than the artists on the label. According to her, that's where most of the money went. In the beginning, Dre was the superstar of the group, Snoop and the Dog Pound were nobodies, and everything revolved around him. Everyone had to follow his orders, work on his album, contribute to it without getting credit, in hope that Dre turns them into superstars. But now they were all stars themselves, and were making music without his involvement. Suge was also able to run the company without him, which gave him the ability to do what he wants. The label was split into 3 groups. The Mob Piru faction, meaning Suge Knight, the Security, Suge's homies, and later on Tupac. Then the second group, which were the Crips, meaning Snoop Dogg, the Dog Pound, Nate Dogg, and all their homies. And then the third group, which consisted of those who didn't want to pick a side or get involved with gangs, which was Dre's team basically. Him, the DOC, who had already left the label, Jay Flex, who was his ghostwriter, and his co-producer Sam Snead. The Bloods and the Crips, of course, weren't best friends, and didn't hang out as much together as with the members of their own gang. And there was also put a lot of pressure on the third group, those who didn't want to join neither the Bloods or the Crips. They became outsiders and felt uncomfortable around them, especially around Suge's homeboys. The majority of people on death row were Mob Piru members. Jay Flex and Sam Snead aren't even from Cali, so it was like a culture shock to them. Just like for the DOC, who's originally from Texas. The Bloods on the label knew that Dre's team was not from the West. Due to the East-West feud, they kept an eye on Dre's homies. They treated them like outsiders, didn't trust them, even though all they wanted to do was make music. After Suge's infamous speech at the '95 Source Awards, which reignited the East-West hip-hop conflicts, the artists on both labels, Suge Knight's Death Row Records and Puff Daddy's Bad Boy Entertainment, got dragged into a bloody war where several people lost their lives. On September 23rd, 1995, Suge's
I'm gonna stop it right here, chat. I've been streaming for a long ass time. I hope y'all enjoyed. I hope I made y'all laugh tonight. I hope y'all had fun. But y'all can continue watching the video at Hip Hop Universe. Right here, Hip Hop Universe is Tupac versus Dr. Dre. Y'all can watch all Tupac versus Biggie, all them things. I hope y'all had the time. Hope y'all like and subscribe to the channel. I will be on later on 11 p.m. Make sure y'all bring your butts. We gonna do 50 Cent. I'm gonna do 50 Cent on Why You Got Shot 9 times. I think for 9 to 5 times, 1 and 2. My first time reacting to it. I'm gonna do that later on today. So y'all make sure y'all keep the notifications up.